for Child Welfare System Oversight. Today, we are going to have the unique opportunity to dig in at a micro level of child welfare, to hear about day-to-day decisions being made on statutes that we pass and rules and regs of the agency. So often we operate at this macro level, and I thought it was really important to look into the day-to-day decision makings being made. So I've asked DCF to work with our providers to present 3 of the hardest cases from each of the regions that they represent. So going over the barriers, delays, cases that are stagnant, challenges that they're having, trouble overcoming. So if you notice on the agenda, there are different time frames for each of the providers. Some of the providers have multiple regions, and so we've allowed a few extra minutes to discuss cases from all regions because I want to get a clear picture of the state and what is going on. So the agenda items are closed because they involve decisions of specific foster care cases. Kansas law allows those discussions to occur in executive session because they concern matters relating to the care of children. The statutory reference on our agenda covers the narrow topic of closing meetings to specifically discuss the care of children. So the purpose is not to shield providers or DCF from scrutiny. The committee requested that DCF and each foster care provider present some of the most challenging cases they're facing. So reviewing those cases across providers allows the committee to identify common themes, service gaps, policy barriers, or other issues that may require legislative attention. Protecting confidentiality, child-specific information is appropriate. These discussions involve sensitive details about children and family, and committee members need the ability to ask specific questions without risking the disclosure of protected information. So just a reminder to the members that this is confidential, inside of executive session, and you're going to be hearing some very sensitive information. So after our executive session, towards the end of the committee will publicly discuss takeaways that is appropriate for public broadcast without jeopardizing the privacy of any Kansan. When the discussion is about a broader oversight or policy, it will not take place in executive session. It will take place in open session. So members, I ask you that you please take good notes, and then we'll go around the table at the end of the committee and discuss any observations that you have, gaps you see, areas of improvement that are needed, basically what you learned today about our system. And so we will do that, and I would love for everyone to participate there. So take your notes and be ready to discuss that later. So with that, I recognize Senator Gossage for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters under the jurisdiction listed in KSA 75-4319B8 for consultation with members of the staff of the Department of Children and Families and KVC Kansas relating to the care of children permitted to be discussed in a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 38-2212D1, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the confidentiality of records concerning such children, that the Joint Committee resume the open meeting in room 582-North at 9:55 at this motion. If adopted, be recorded in the minutes and be maintained as a part of the committee's permanent records.
And then those present would be
designated personnel who may present are the Department of Children and Families, including Secretary Laura Howard, Deputy Secretary Tanya Keys, Rebecca Gerhart, Director of Permanency, Leanne Hamilton, Lead Attorney, Child Advocate Carrie Leonard, KVC Kansas, including Linda Bass, President, and Angela Hedrick, Vice President of Operations.
Okay, without objection, committee? Okay, we are going to be in executive session and ask anyone that was not named to please exit the room. Okay, we are back on, in open session. We're going to move to our next motion. Senator Gossage, if you would read that.
Thank you. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters under the jurisdiction listed in KSA 75-4319B8 for consultation with members of the staff of the Department of Children and Families and St. Francis to the care of children permitted to be discussed in a closed meeting pursuant to KSA because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the confidentiality of records concerning such children, that the Joint Committee resume the open meeting in room 582N at 10:48, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes and be maintained as part of the committee's permanent records. Designated personnel who may be present in the addition to the committee members are Department of Children and Families Secretary Laura Howard, Department Secretary Tanya Keys, Rebecca Gerhart, Director of Permanency, Leanne Hamilton, Lead Attorney, Child Advocate Carrie Leonard, St. Francis Ministries Matt Stevens, Vice President of Advocacy, Holly Osborne, President of Kansas Services.
Would you see if St. Francis is here? We're going to pause while our next conferees come in. So. Okay, they're here. So without objection, committee? Okay, so moved. So we will stand in executive order until 10:48. 10:48. Okay, committee is back in session. We are recessing for committee's back in session. We're going to recess for just a couple quick minutes for a break. Hopefully they will trickle in, and I'm going to recognize Senator Gossage for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters under the jurisdiction listed in KSA 75-4319B8 for consultation with the members of the staff of the Department of Children and Families and TFI Family Services relating to the care of children permitted to be discussed in a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 38-2212D1, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the confidentiality of records concerning such children, that the Joint Committee resume the open meeting in room 582 North at 11:35. At that, this motion is adopted, be recorded in the minutes, and be maintained as a part of the committee's permanent records. Designated personnel who present, in addition to the committee members, Department of Children and Families Secretary Laura Howard, Department Secretary Tanya Keys, Rebecca Gerhart, Director of Permanency, Leanne Hamilton, Lead Attorney and TFI Family Services, Tabitha Gibson, Senior Vice President of Permanency Services, Stephen Solomon, Director of Public Policy.
Okay, I think we have a quorum. No, hold on. Is that what you gave us?
Gave me TFI. That's what I was given. Okay, do we need to make a correction?
Okay, we're going to amend that motion to,
Cornerstones of Care.
we're going to amend the attendee emotions on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will amend the motion with the approval of the chair and the committee to Cornerstones of Care and change the designees for presentation to Cornerstones of Care, Justin Horton, Chief Programs and Innovation Officer, Rachel Spaeth, Executive Director of Kansas CPA and Foster Care, Samantha Vogel, Department Director of Kansas Permanency Services, Jason Ruoff, Deputy Director of Kansas Permanency Services, and Anne Marie Harris, Lead Attorney for Kansas Foster Care.
Okay, committee without objection? I think they are coming in the room now, maybe. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Okay, any objection? Okay, so ordered, we are going to be in executive session until 11:35. Okay, come on up here and get ready to get started. Make sure everyone is out of the room that is not listed. Okay, we're back in session, open session, public discussion, and time for lunch. We are going to take a quick break. We have been going at it for a couple of hours now. We will get started promptly at whatever time the agenda says. 12:05. So lunch is a little early. Promptly at 12:05. Please be back in the room. We do have to have quorum to make the motion. Okay? Thank you. We'll stand at recess. We have quorum. We are going to go get started. Thank you, Little Government Relations, for lunch. That was wonderful. I did not recognize our newest member, so I'll do that really quickly. Our newest member is Representative Ford Carr. Welcome to the committee, his new appointment here. And then we have a substitute, Representative Bohai. Thank you for being here today. Really appreciate that. So Senator Gossett, to recognize you for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee of Child Welfare System Oversight be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters under the jurisdiction listed in KSA 75-4319B8 for consultation with the members of the staff of the Department of Children's and Families and TFI Family Services relating to the care of children permitted to be discussed in a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 38-2212D1, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the confidentiality of records concerning such children. That the Joint Committee resume the open meeting in room 582N at 12:45, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes and be maintained as a part of the committee's permanent records. Designated personnel who present in addition to the committee members will be the Department of Children and Families, Secretary Laura Howard, Deputy Secretary Tanya Keys, Rebecca Gerhart, Director of Permanency, Leanne Hamilton, Lead Attorney, TFA Family Services, Tabitha Gibson, Senior Vice President of Permanency Services, and Stephen Solomon, Director of Public Policy.
Without objection? Okay, we'll be in executive session until 12:45. TFI, if you want to go ahead and come on up and get ready. Okay, we are back in session for a couple minutes for our one last executive session. Sorry, we are back in session. I don't know if that translated. For one last motion before we continue with our open meeting. So Senator Osage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters under the jurisdiction listed in KSA 75-4319B8 for consultation with members of the staff of the Department of Children and Families and Ember Hope relating to the care of children permitted to be discussed in a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 38-2212D1 because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the confidentiality of records concerning such children. That the Joint Committee resume the open meeting in room 582 North at 1:25, and that this motion, if adopted, be recorded in the minutes and be maintained as a part of the committee's permanent records. Designated personnel who present in addition to the committee members, Department of Children and Families, Secretary Laura Howard, Deputy Secretary Tanya Keys, Rebecca Gerhart, Director of Permanency, Leanne Hamilton, Lead Attorney, and Child Advocate Carrie Leonard. Ember Hope, Erica Case, Lead Attorney, and Keela Delane, Mental Health Coordinator.
Okay, would one of you, maybe Secretary Howard, would you grab Ember Hope? Would you mind doing that? Thank you. Okay, without objection, committee? Okay, so as soon as Ember Hope gets in here, we will adjourn, or I guess we can adjourn now while they come in. Oh, no, not adjourn. We can, they're coming in. We're here. Sorry. No break.
I see 3, there were only 2.
Okay, we are back in session. This concludes the executive sessions that were on the agenda. We will be talking about that in just a little bit. First up, we're going to hear from our Child Advocate, Office of the Child Advocate, Carrie Larnard. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Carrie Larnard with the Office of the Child Advocate. And I think he's probably queuing up the slides.
We were just saying the microphone kind of like shocked us all.
I can turn it off.
No, we're good. Thank you. Yes.
Well, as he's queuing that up, I'll just kind of jump in. The first slide that I wanted to share is just a quick snapshot of our team. Last time I was here, I think I shared with you and introduced a couple new members. We had an open position. I'm very thankful to have that final position filled and to welcome our most recent case investigator to the team. So we're currently onboarding her, and we're excited to have her join us. I think it's just a second update for the committee is last session, as far as our budget, we had requested support in being able to move to a new space to accommodate our team and make sure that they had the appropriate space to do their work. And so we were originally thinking that was going to be spring. It got pushed to July. Now it's August, but we're extremely hopeful that that's going to happen. And we were able to tour the space. And again, we're very excited to have that change in our office so that we can do good work. This slide, just wanted to give you an idea. I shared this last time and we've added the next quarter just to give you an idea of the complaints that are coming in, the numbers. So if you recall from our annual report, we had reported that in 2025, OCA had received essentially a 60%, I'm sorry, in 2024, had received, let me slow down. In 2025, we had received a 60% increase compared to 2024. At the beginning of this year, it looked like we were kind of on that same track. The number of complaints that have come into our office have slowed down some, but again, we're continuing to track that. We want to make sure that folks across the state are aware of our office and are aware of how to reach us and that we can be a resource. So we're continuing to have those outreach efforts. We have attended some community events that DCF has initiated across the state and have had vendor tables. We try to attend different conferences across the state. Most recently, our team was able to present to the Kansas Youth Advisory Council to reach youth that are in care, and so we're continuing to have those outreach efforts. The next slide is something that, again, you'll be familiar with, and it just gives you an idea of the number of complaints calendar year to date based on region. You'll see that in the Northwest, we've received approximately 20 concerns. You'll see our largest areas as our metro areas. So you'll see in that Sedgwick County area and Wichita area, we have a large number, as well as in Kansas City. So complaint reasons, and I include these because as I move forward, looking at kind of where can we have impact and where can we make changes. So you'll see consistency over time around the concerns. The ones that I really want to highlight as I transition to really where I think we can have some impact, we hear a lot of concerns around unnecessary or inappropriate change in a child's placement. So really looking at that placement stability and how those placement decisions are made. We hear a lot around unreasonable delay in achieving permanency. And I think we've had some kind of case-specific conversations today. And we've had those conversations historically around what permanency can look like and timely permanency. We receive concerns regarding failure to place a child with a relative. So again, it's around those placement decisions. We continue to hear concerns about the judicial process. whether it's regarding attorney representation, whether it's around a court's decision-making, or just the process in general and how communication is happening for families. And then we continue to hear concerns regarding just the lack of support services oftentimes for placements, whether it be a relative placement or a foster placement. And so our office back in 2023 had issued a report based on the legislature's request to survey foster parents that had requested to no longer be licensed and were leaving, and received some feedback. There is a diligent recruitment and retention statewide work group that is continuing to meet and really try to look at those issues. And then our office is in the process of really taking that prior survey and wanting now to do some follow-up, again, around those concerns that we're hearing continually. So the next slide is directly from our annual report. So what I've done, which I know is a lot of information on a slide, so I recognize that. But again, you should all have that in the annual report as well as in these handouts. But I wanted to just take a moment to really take note that the areas that I've highlighted in gray are things that really as a state we're making progress on, which is exciting, whether it be through legislative action or initiatives through the agency. And so I think it's encouraging to see that things that our office had recognized as priorities are things that are starting to progress and hopefully have impact for our children and families across the state. The areas in yellow are areas that I hope we're continuing to have dialogue, and I hope to continue to have dialogue. So for example, that intersection between child welfare and our juvenile justice system and how those intersect and how services are provided and who those services should be provided by. So again, I think we continue to hear examples of cases where that intersection, where it's unclear, and who should take responsibility in providing and support to those young people and to the families. The other piece that is in yellow, we had really encouraged there to be discussion around placement options that include kind of a no reject, no eject policy. Again, we want to make sure that there are the right services in place to meet our young people's needs, and that there are those options that children are able, we can't reject a child from coming in and receiving those services. But with that, we want to make sure that we do it right. We don't want the providers to be in unsafe situations, their staff and their teams. We want to make sure they have expertise because we want the young people to be safe in those situations and receive the services that they need. I have that in yellow because there has been an RFP that was initiated, and so we're looking at that. We're hoping to kind of watch that process closely as those awards come out. And the other piece that I hope to for there to be continued dialogue is just really around that definition of what a child in need of care is. There was we had some proposed bills at one point to really look at the definition and try to kind of pull out the ideas of neglect and poverty not being, considered abuse and what that should look like. And I hope that as a state, we can continue to have those conversations so that really foster care is used in a targeted and limited form of intervention in our state. And then the green is really where I want to go next, which is focusing on some areas that, again, we had highlighted in our annual report. We've continued to highlight as cases come into our office and in recommendations that we've had. So the areas where I hope to see there be some action as a state and hopefully as policymakers, things that you can consider and to look at as well. And they all overlap and they intersect. So I think, again, based on examples that we've heard, whether it to be today or historically around the experiences that our families are having. So one of the first one is strengthen family finding. We know that DCF has processes in place to identify who relatives are. We know that our case management providers have a process in place to identify family, but we need to do better. We continue to hear concerns where family were not properly identified and notified. Family are being brought into cases after years of a child being placed potentially in a foster home. And now that challenge in identifying really what permanency should look like for that child, whether it be with a relative or in this placement that they've achieved stability for a number of years. And so that's a place where I think as a state we can do better and we can strengthen that. The next is concurrent planning, so that we don't have cases that have been working one case plan goal for 2 or 3 years. And then if there has been a change in that case plan or permanency goal, we're starting from scratch and we're extending. So our kids are remaining in care for 3, 4, 5 years. So that's an area that I think we can really strengthen and do better. And then the last piece, and I'll expand on these in a moment, is the judicial process, and how that judicial process overlaps with some of those ideas, and how maybe court oversight can be strengthened in those areas. So family finding, it needs to start from day one. Those conversations need to be happening, whether it be through DCF, whether it be through our family, family preservation, our family first services that are being provided. Those are conversations that need to be happening early on from day one and ongoing. It's also, I think and we know those are happening, but we can do better. I think that one potential place that, and we'll talk about this in the judicial process, is putting some extra kind of statutory requirements around strengthening that family finding, and where the court can make sure that they're asking the right questions, and that there's some level of kind of accountability from our agencies back to the court system around that information. And so in this slide, you'll see that there's a number of different kind of statutory requirements that we've pulled from other states that we think Kansas should look at and explore. So some of those really provide some kind of just timelines around what family finding should look like. The information that needs to be gathered, how that information can be provided, and then making sure that we're doing timely kind of background checks and communication with those family members. And one, I think just a quote that I included is that efforts cannot stop at notification alone. So oftentimes we identify who the family member is, maybe may have notified them that the child is now in DCF custody or under the court's jurisdiction, and then communication stops. And so those efforts need to go beyond the notification. We need to be engaging families and looking at how can we truly expand those relationships and those connections for that child and that family. So that takes us to that kind of next overlapping piece, which is our concurrent planning. Right now, it's not in statute. There's not a requirement that we're doing any type of concurrent planning as far as a requirement. There is some policy within DCF around concurrent planning. Our office has made recommendations to the agency requesting that they review that policy and strengthen that policy. But I think that there's some additional work that our state can do around that. And the key piece is that it truly involves the meaningful family engagement, targeted case practice, and legal strategies that are aimed at achieving timely permanency. So when we think about concurrent planning, and I'll use an example. When I was a parent's attorney, if you said concurrent planning, I'd put up the stop sign and say, whoa, my client has the opportunity to reunify. That's the permanency goal. Those are where the efforts need to be made. And that's because the idea of concurrent planning, everyone thinks that we're automatically thinking about a different permanency goal for families, whether it be adoption or something else, and that we're not focused on reunification. But truly, that's where I want to emphasize that true concurrent planning starts from day one, and it's about relationships again. It's about supporting our families and those connections. So if we're doing concurrent planning, it means we're having very candid, open conversations with our parents and our families so that they have a true understanding of what the expectations are, the services that can be provided, how we can engage them and support them. But within that process, we're also saying, if you're struggling, what are other options? Is there a grandma who can maybe provide that guardianship and you can maintain relationships with your child? Is there an aunt and uncle? How can we wrap around you as a family? And those, again, conversations and those opportunities through concurrent planning need to be happening from day one and ongoing, and not waiting till 2 or 3 years down the line when we finally determine that reunification is not a viable option. And I think that that's one piece where we hope that we can really, really, truly attack the idea that timely permanency, that's a place that we struggle in our state, particularly when reunification is not viable. And then the last component is really looking at how can our judicial process have impact on some of those ideas. So when I talked about family finding, are there opportunities to that the judicial oversight can play a role in that? So there's a tool that has been shared. It's the judicial tips sheet. It has all kinds of questions around, what is preventing kinship placement? What are reasonable efforts that were made to place siblings together? Who is the family? And so it lists out all kinds of questions that the court can be asking and that they should be asking at every single hearing. So that we know that that's the expectation, whether it's the parents and parents' attorneys, the guardian ad litem, and the agencies who's providing the services. The other piece is around concurrent planning. Again, those are places where the court and oversight can really provide, whether it's timelines and expectations, but continuing to hold our service providers accountable on the things that they know is probably best practice and are challenging. So with some of these concepts, we also want to make sure that we're properly resourcing our agency and our providers, but also our courts. So the last piece kind of around that improving the judicial process is, again, kind of wanting to bring forward that the Judicial Council report that came out and was shared with a number of the committees this legislative session. It outlined some opportunities for kind of some short-term ways to improve that judicial process, whether it's through judicial training, attorney training and supports, but then also really looking at the system as a whole. And so again, we would want to bring that forward and ask that the committee really take a deep dive and consider some of those recommendations from that. The other piece that I want to take a moment is, in our annual report, we had talked a little bit around SYNC, child in need of care mediation, and the use of mediation. We think there are some missed opportunities for decision-making and for long-term decisions to be made for the family, whether it's short-term or long-term, through the use of mediation. We try to also outline kind of the difference between the team decision-making that is often held with the families early on, but that's facilitated by the agency and can also oftentimes be perceived as a kind of there's some power behind the agency. And so families oftentimes don't feel like they have a fair voice, where mediation is it's a different process, and you have a third party who's separate, who doesn't really have a stake other than making sure that the process moves forward with fidelity. And so we would just again encourage the state to look at how mediation can be utilized early on in a case, and definitely later in a case when those difficult decisions need to be made around really what's going to be best for this child and for this family. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Falscudo.
I get to use the microphone now. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Quick question. So in your department, is there a gentleman, Matt Nussman.
Yes, Senator, there is. Yes, we have one of our case analysts.
So, and then he goes around the state kind of talking to or investigating somewhat. So I have a constituent back in Wichita, Sedgwick County. She is actually a child care provider, but she networks with USD 259, a program within there and students. Well, so she had a meeting with that gentleman on June 8th, and then today is June 30th. Just curious, she contacted me and said she hadn't heard back yet. What is the time frame that one would hear back regarding investigation? Yes.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. When a case first comes to our office, we have the goal of making initial contact within 2 business days to gather information. And then from there, we're doing, again, that preliminary kind of review of records that we do have access to. And then we triage as a team and, is this a case? We really look at what the concern is and what the potential resolution or what the desired resolution is. I don't know the specifics of the case that you're referencing, but if there was a particular meeting that happened and it was assigned to one of our case analysts, really it depends on the level of what the concerns are, the nature of what is involved, the level of investigation that it requires. Are we talking about a case that was several years? Are there a lot of different components that are involved? So it really does depend on the complexity of the case.
And that makes sense, Madam Chair, if I may do a follow-up, or I have just another quick question. So I appreciate what you do. Wow, I couldn't do it. But so the concerns I hear about from my constituents and back in Wichita is that when they call the Child Advocate Center, sometimes they tell the whole story. And then you'll say, well, this, not you, but they are told that this is something we can't, this is not in our RAM of issues that we can handle. And so is there a way that when they call initially on that 800 number, that you tell them, here are the topics that we handle in this office? Because then they end up calling me back and telling the whole story again, and I'm like, yeah. So what can we do to alleviate that telling the story and then told, well, this is not the department? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Senator, for the question. And it's something that our office does continue to have a challenge with, right? So oftentimes people are contacting our office because they don't know where else to go. Someone else has referred them. And it's I know it's just extremely frustrating to them to hear then our office say, sorry, we can't help, or have you checked? And we've tried to provide other resources. When we think about the scope of our office, we have tried to include information on our website that outlines what we don't do and what's not within our scope. So there is information on our website. It's a conversation that when people call in, if we have enough information up front, we'll have that conversation with them as soon as possible. Sometimes, unfortunately, we have to hear kind of quite a bit of the detail of the story to make sure that we have a full understanding to know whether it's within our scope, because there are so many places where it can overlap. But I appreciate that feedback, and it's something that I will definitely take back to my team to talk about. Are there opportunities where we can better communicate with individuals, again, prior to them sharing that whole story, because I know that can be very difficult for them.
Representative Bohai?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation today. My question kind of follows up with Senator Godot's question, which was, I've had constituents who have supposedly contacted your office and seemingly not had a response. Now, perhaps, and I will follow back up with them after today, they were asking you something outside of your scope. But my question is, you guys are receiving complaints regarding different aspects of child welfare in the state of Kansas and the process and all of those sorts of things. Do you then also do like a quality survey of people that you do help, how your services are going?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. When we first started, we had tried to initiate surveys, and we weren't getting a good response. And so we had stopped that, and that's part of our kind of internal strategic plan, is that we have been talking about how can we find out from our constituents and those that we're providing services for in a better way, in a more responsive way. So again, that's something that we've internally recognized that we would like to try to get better feedback. But what we were doing before, we just weren't getting responses, very, very many back. And so if there is a particular case where you have concerns, I would encourage them to contact our office. And if they're not getting a good response, let me know. And I would be more than happy to follow up directly.
Okay, Senator Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Carrie, as always. A couple of quick questions on your strength and family finding. I love the kin first culture, the suggestions you have there. You give us an example of form that Colorado uses to gather information on potential family members who might be willing to step in these situations. Do we not have anything similar to that in Kansas at all? That seems like a fairly simple data collection help.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. As far as the form goes, I don't know exactly what each of the case management providers utilize to gather that information, and they all kind of have their own process. I know the DCF is doing their own searches and gathering information. There's not an official form that the court has provided yet. So that was why we included that example. We think that's an easy example that potentially could be utilized then by the court to provide additional support and oversight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seems so simple. The other one is, I do also like the kinship bench card. Do we currently have that? Do our court systems use something like that here in Kansas, the bench card?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So our court improvement project through the Supreme Court, they have created our bench cards specific to our child in need of care statutes and laws. I don't believe that there is a dedicated bench card specific to those kinship questions, which is why we provided that as an example. I think there's some questions around that are kind of included in different pieces of the bench cards when we're thinking about the processes around temporary custody and then adjudication and permanency hearings, and that's really what a lot of those bench cards are geared towards. There are some bench cards that are specific to the Indian Child Welfare Act and questions that need to be asked in regards to that. But this is an opportunity, hopefully, that our judicial branch can look at and consider whether they would want to incorporate those into their current bench cards.
We have a few minutes left. Any further questions? I have a question on the mediation. So we are not currently doing that in Kansas. Are there other states that have done that, or someone we can look at?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. So our state, and I've been around long enough that I can kind of remember I couldn't tell you the dates, but we've had some sync mediation, and we have, and I didn't look today, but when we were working on our annual report to highlight that as a potential, improvement in our state. I think there were only 2 individuals that were currently even certified or advertised to provide sync mediation. And so I think it's been around. I don't think it was properly resourced and supported. So I'm not sure that it's even utilized anymore at all. There may be a small jurisdiction here and there that has used it. There are other states that have implemented mediation, and the results have been positive. And we included that in the annual report. I'm more than happy to share that with the committee separately as well, if that would be helpful.
I think that would be helpful, at least to me anyway. Maybe the committee as well. The committee as well, they're getting that agreement. It's something I've thought about a couple of years, just kind of thinking through that, especially with the older youth that can verbalize what they want, teenagers, things like that, that mediation, that might be an option. And if we already have licensing laid out in Kansas, it would just be a matter of people, promoting it and supporting it, I think. But Representative Humphreys.
Just on that line, who And the other states pays for that mediation. Where does that come from?
That, Representative, thank you for the question. I will have to double check on some of the states that we shared. A presentation that I heard from, it was provided in the same way that mediation, like the courts. So whether it's within the court budget or whether it's DCF is helping provide, I think there was different formulas that states have had to tackle that. So I do think that that's an important question, is how could that be resourced?
Because I think custody mediation is each side pays for it. So, yeah.
Yeah, so Representative, one of the counties that I practiced, they had their own mediation project essentially that was administered by their court trustee's office. And yeah, it was essentially, in domestic cases, each parent had to pay in, and it was based on oftentimes a sliding scale and what their resources were.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as a follow-up, and you stated that there were 2 individuals that are currently licensed that you're aware of.
Yes, Representative. So when you look at the judicial, where they list the certified mediators in Kansas, I believe that there were 2 that at one point had been listed. I didn't check prior to today.
So do we know who that licensing agency is, or what is required to obtain that license, if that's something that we look at in the future?
I think it's something that we could ask research maybe to look into, Natalie, is try to kind of compile some information, and maybe we can present that at the next joint committee. I think it's something interesting possibly just to learn about for sure and see if it is a fit for Kansas, or
Thank you.
if it's not, something to consider. Anything else, committee, for our child advocate? Okay, thank you very much. So this time we're going to move right into public testimony. Senator. Okay, so we have We have 13 that are going to be testifying in person or either on WebEx. Trying to do my math. Okay, so that's going to give you about 4 minutes each. And we will time you, just to be fair to everybody, to get everybody in this hour. I am glad that it's 4 minutes because I do want to hear from you. I have read your testimony, so looking forward to hearing it in person. So if you want to just, I think everybody in the committee reads the testimony. So if you want to just talk to us about it, you can just talk to us. You don't have to read it, but if you're more comfortable reading it, that's completely appropriate and fine with us. So first up, and then we'll save questions. So write down your questions for the public, and we'll do that at the end, okay, as we have time. So first up, and if I butcher your name, I apologize in advance. I should ask you to submit like how to pronounce it when you submit your testimony. But is it Lauren Allen, private citizen? Yes, come on up. And you're going to turn that microphone on. I'm sorry. So they're going to time you right here in the white sweater. Julia, yes, she's going to time you. And so she'll kind of maybe give her like a 30-second warning or something at the end. That way you'll know. Thank you.
Thank you. This is my first time testifying for any committee, so thank you for having me. I'm happy to hear that you read my testimony. Unfortunately, if I were to put all the issues that have been going on in family court in this, it would be about 30 pages long. I've been in law enforcement, my husband's current law enforcement, and what I have seen during these family court proceedings has appalled me. I've seen numerous DCF policy violations and blatant lack of due process. In my testimony, I talk about how the case started under false pretenses. My ex weaponized the system, used the alleged recording that started it as blackmail, bragged about it. There's an affidavit on file. And this case was stagnant for 4 years. I recently won my trial of no reasonable efforts, And yet, the state and its court-appointed actors do not want to make efforts towards reunification or have any form of rectification. I have not seen my children in over 2 years. That is unacceptable. I have every single document that has ever been submitted during my court proceeding that was given to me by a law firm in hopes that I sue the Kansas Department of Children and Families. I've had numerous fabrications submitted during these court proceedings, such as on 8/31 of 2022, mother attempted suicide by overdose. Mother was transported to Wesley via EMS. They added the case number. On 8/31 of 2022, I was the reporting party for that very case for my friend and former colleague, former Deputy Jacqueline Evans. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that's allowed. I wish I could say that was the only fabrication that was submitted to the courts, but it's not. I have reported numerous mental health professionals to the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board. They cannot make recommendations regarding custody or visitation of minor children they are treating. And magically, when you report them, they retire. And then they find the next one that will continue the same cycle. And it just keeps going on and on. For 4 years, this case has been going on. I have asked for updated photos of my children. I have asked to be a part of doctor's appointments. There is not a single negative visitation report to justify why visitations halted and why reunification never happened. I'm honestly appalled. Especially since, being in law enforcement, I had a profound sense of what justice was and what the job was and how the courts are supposed to proceed. I no longer have that perception. I came to this committee to seek help, not only to give testimony, but to see if some form of intervention. I've seen a lot of parents testify that have unfortunately already lost their children. I do not want to be one of those stories. It makes me wonder how many parents really go through these court proceedings and their due process is blatantly ignored, and why more parents haven't sued, whether it's pro se or hiring an attorney. There's a thing where I filed a lawsuit in 2023. DCF tried to say that they have qualified immunity under the 11th Amendment. They don't. They don't.
That's your time.
That's my time. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Madeline Bouton? Is that Bouton? Ugh. Sorry, I'm trying to make it French. I apologize.
It's okay. That's okay. It sounds fancier than it is. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Madeline Bouton, and I'm a proud lifelong Kansan. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Quite frankly, I'm honored to be before you. I know you've had a very long day. Everyone in this room has very hard jobs, and that is not lost on me. My husband and I are unable to have children naturally, and when we met 6 years ago, we decided as a couple that the best thing that we could do for our family is to become an adoption-only family through the foster care system. We believe at our core that there are a lot of great kids in this wonderful state that need loving homes, and we felt called to be able to do that. Things like age, race of the children are not important to us. We feel, like I said, called to be able to open our hearts and home in this way. And about 6 months ago, we were very fortunate to be able to start this journey. I understand the primary purpose of the foster care system is to reunite the family, and I respect that wholeheartedly, as does my husband. However, that is not possible 100% of the time. And in the event that it is not possible, you need families like mine who are willing to be a no matter what type of family for these kids. And what has been painfully apparent to me and to my husband is that adopt-only families are treated significantly differently than foster families in this system, and it saddens me to understand why. What I have learned is that agencies across the state receive financial compensation when they are able to license a foster care family, and they receive exactly zero compensation when they are licensing an adopt-only family. We have experienced pressure from multiple agencies to become a foster family, including Restoration Family Services. The representative from Restoration Family Services even told me that my family would have to pay for all expenses out of pocket because this would be considered a private adoption, which I found to be an untrue statement. That agency also told me that my family would not be, quote, as desirable, end quote, when compared to a foster family when they were considering placement for a child or children. I'd ask this committee to think about that for a second. Not as desirable. I hold a master's degree and I have a very promising career in public service. My husband is an Army veteran who served honorably during 3 separate tours in Iraq following 9/11 and Operational Iraqi Freedom. He is a decorated war hero and a 5-time Army Commendation Medal recipient. We have no children of our own. Both sets of families on both of our sides are still married, and my parents are here today. We have an incredible support system on both sides of our family, all of whom are in close proximity. We live in a safe neighborhood in a beautiful home. We seek strength and purpose through our faith in God, and we live our lives in service of others. I came willingly in person and was willing to sit through all day of this committee just for this opportunity to have 4 minutes of your time. So I ask this committee, what family could possibly be more desirable than mine? I ask this committee to rethink the strategy related to foster families and adopt-only families, specifically related to the compensation that is given to these agencies. These agencies work really hard, and I think that all families, all types of families should be valued. I also ask that Restoration Family Services support and encourage all types of families to help the kids of our great state because all types of families are needed. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jim Buzzhart. Hello. Oh, good. Jay, sorry, I don't have my reading glasses on. I got the last name right, but butchered the first one.
It's the easy.
Welcome to committee.
It's German, not French. Good afternoon, Chair Cindy Howerton, members of the committee. My name's Jay Bazart, and I'm a research professor at the University of Kansas. I've been doing disability research for 30 years at the Juniper Gardens Children's Project based in KCK, it's a KU Research Center. I'm also a co-director of the Kansas Family Support Center, which is based at the Medical Center. I co-direct that with Dr. Linda Heitzman-Powell. Our center provides critical services that target the estimated 46,000 Kansans who live with an intellectual developmental disability such as autism. The services we provide include individual trainings for service providers, and through our clinic at KCK, we provide in-person services. We also provide online care and coaching for parents who live in rural areas and remote areas of Kansas. Also, through a Kansas Tech First grant, we developed and deployed a free anonymous custom chatbot that uses curated Kansas resources to inform parents who need support about how to provide resources for their children with disabilities. These are identified resources vetted by our team at KFSC, and it helps them understand their rights related to disability services and how to find local resources within their local community. To date, KFSC has trained more than 2,500 service providers, over 300 coaches, and has trained more than 450 professionals, parents, and people with disabilities. Since starting our Tier 3 services in late 2024, KFSC has provided direct support for over 300 crisis referrals. Also, we are truly a statewide program. Nearly 25% of our families are located outside of Kansas metro areas. We do this through technology, but also through the partners that we work with throughout the state, such as Kansas Institute for Positive, Healthy, and Inclusive Communities, Integrated Behavioral Technologies, and Families Together, and many more throughout the state. We also support the goals of Kansas TB14 pilot program, which aims to reduce the number of children that are entering and reduce their stay in foster care. One example of this was a child with autism in foster care that was referred to us with severe behavioral challenges. KFSC staff and community partners supported the foster parent during their stay in a psychiatric residential treatment facility, ensured a safe discharge back into foster care, and a year later, with ongoing support from KFSC, this child was stable enough to meaningfully participate in community-based group for children with autism, something this child would have never been able to do before. This is what stabilization looks like. It's not one dramatic event. It is an ongoing support for parents using a complex system of coordinated care in order to get children back into community life. We definitely appreciate DCF and KDAD's support for supporting the development, implementation of this network, and the incredibly dedicated staff that have made it a success. However, this funding, which was funded through ARPA stimulus package, is ending. Without funding to sustain these services, the infrastructure, the jobs it created, and resources that have benefited so many Kansas will go away. We're asking to maintain this strategic investment. And on a personal note, I greatly benefited from government investment when I joined the Navy in 1988 when I was 18 years old. Before I joined, I had been arrested 3 times, barely graduated high school with a 1.5 GPA, and was a borderline alcoholic. In other words, there was a government-supported jail cell waiting for me. Instead, the Navy invested in me, paid for my college education, and I went on to be a productive person. And we are simply asking that the state sustain this support for us. And
Thank you.
we appreciate your time and we appreciate your investment in Kansas.
Thank you for coming forward. Okay, next we have Stephanie Coleman. Stephanie, welcome to committee. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Howerton and committee members. Thank you for taking the time to have me here today and for reading my testimony. I was planning to read it verbatim and now I'm not just because you've read it, but because I've got an email that came in as I was driving today and that I want to share with you as well. But to be transparent, I am a colleague of Dr. Bazart at the Kansas Family Support Center, but I am here as a private citizen today to share my story and my traumatic story that happened in North Carolina long before I got here. I am Stephanie Coleman, a single mom to Matthew John. We moved to Kansas in 2001. Matthew is an amazing young man who has accomplished so much to make this mom proud, and he happens to be autistic. We got a late start with proper supports because he wasn't diagnosed with autism until the age of 13. When he was 3 years old, he was taken out of my care because of an incident. He had fallen on his bike. I was running to school late and forgot to say anything, and he complained that it hurt, and then and I understand they're mandated reporters, so they called their DCF in North Carolina on me, and my son was ultimately taken away from me for a couple of days. That was the most traumatic and worst experience in my life, and I don't wish it on anybody. I did have to get an attorney. This happened on a Friday. I wasn't waiting for Monday to get a public attorney. So I got a $5,000 attorney that Friday. I was a single mom going to school. I didn't have that kind of money to spend. Move forward. He was kicked out of 3 daycares, all because of behaviors. One time I was working at Outback Steakhouse that night. I had to leave in the middle of my shift. That meant I walked away with no money because there was no sick pay. There's no vacation time when you work those types of jobs. So I had to walk away with no funding. I think about all the things that we do at the Kansas Family Support Center to help families so that they don't hit this crisis. Help with the behaviors beforehand. Have someone to go to and talk to about these behaviors. All families want to do is provide a good life for their kids and work. And like I said, I was going to read this verbatim. You've already read it, but I want to share an email. Like, I literally got this on my drive here. I know I shouldn't be checking my emails while I'm driving, but I did. I'm not going to tell you who this is. Yes, I just said that in testimony. I know, I'm sorry. My bad. I just realized what I did. Oh, well. Anyways, a mom of an 8-year-old son has autism who currently attends government-funded childcare. She's having trouble because of his disability, and the accommodations in place by the staff are not being followed. Her last line, she says, "I don't really know what I'm asking for. I just feel it's such a loss recently. Are there any resources out there? All I want to do is work and know that my son is being taken care of." That's all these families want to do is work. That's what I wanted to do, work and take care of my son and give him a proper life. And thankfully, 28 years later, I have been able to finally give him that. And he's flourishing and he's successful. But it's because of supports and services that I had to go out and find and help people find. So with that, I hope I'm under my 4 minutes.
You are. You just finished.
Awesome. And I will answer any questions for you except for the driving piece.
Okay. Yep.
When you're ready.
I won't ask that. Okay, next, Sarah Goebel. Welcome back to committee.
Okay, hi, Chairwoman, committee. Thanks for having me here again. Most of you recognize me, maybe. I'm also in your inboxes a lot. I'm actually here to speak to your constituents today more than I am to you because truthfully, I'm really disappointed after all the advocacy and the decisions that came out of last legislative session. And I think that Kansans, your constituents, deserve to fully understand not just what happened to my family, but what is happening through the legislative decisions you guys are making. For a quick refresher, my children were medically kidnapped from Children's Mercy after a medical misdiagnosis of child abuse, and a DCF investigator perjured herself in a petition that allowed my children to be removed. It took a full year to restore custody of my children, even with a second medical expert opinion in hand saying this was clearly a misdiagnosis. And during that time and after I came here, and I've spoken with a lot of you a lot, and I've sent you a lot of emails, and in April, I sent you a story every single day in April about a story just like mine from Children's Mercy or Wesley. Yet, Representative Howerton, Senator Gasage, Senator Blue, Senator Erickson, Senator Foscadeau, Senator Thomas, Representative Asau, Representative Howell, Representative Humphreys, and Representative Johnson still voted against the best interests of children and families in Kansas when they voted in support of HB 2521. For the record, that means Rep. Owsley, Senator Holscher, and Rep. Carr, thank you for voting with Kansas families. Many of you pander to your constituents about parental rights, being pro-life. You talk about limited government, cutting down fraud, and bringing accountability. But when it's your time to shine, to put action behind those words, your actions do not reflect these talking points. And here's what your constituents need to know. HB 2521 was introduced at the request of the Children's Alliance of Kansas, a tax-exempt 501c4 that reported almost $2 million in revenue in 2025. I believe their CEO is with us in the room right now. The Children's Alliance of Kansas is the private organization that represents many of the private child welfare providers who directly benefit from this expanded immunity. And what we just witnessed is the creation of a closed policy loop where providers influence the rules that govern their own protections, where the same system that both delivers services also writes the policies that govern those services, leaving no room for accountability whatsoever. A wild thought in Kansas, where child protection is currently under a federal class action settlement because of systematic failures in how children are treated in Kansas state custody. And in fact, independent reviewers have found that the state has failed to meet key obligations under this agreement. In some areas, performance has actually declined. So let's put it into context for your voters. We have a child welfare system in Kansas that's already under court-ordered oversight, is already failing to meet the required standards, and is still being told to improve, but the majority of politicians in this room who know this still chose to protect that system, and the agencies perpetuating that harm instead of protecting the children being failed. I believe that makes you guys complicit in this harm now. Support of HB 2521 gives private child welfare agencies almost total immunity to continue failing Kansas children. If you've ever been through trauma, you know that memories are regressed in a mode of self-preservation, of survival. And that's what happened to my daughter when she was being passed through house after house after house while in state custody. A couple of weeks ago, we were driving down the road, and out of nowhere, she said, "Mom, you know, when I was in the first house, they kept sending me to school with moldy sandwiches, and I couldn't tell anyone because I didn't want any of my friends to know."
Okay, that's time. Thank you. Okay, next we have Robert Large. Hello, welcome back to committee.
Thanks. I didn't know if you guys had any questions because you only have 4 minutes. I can go ahead and read if you have any questions about the laws I proposed.
If you want to cover them, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just go through on this because this speech I have here is basically I've come to the conclusion administratively on all my avenues. So now we're down to suing people. So I'm going to tell a little bit of story how we got here. My name is Robert Large. This is the 3rd time appearing before this committee. I'm not asking this committee to resolve my custody case. I'm asking this committee to examine a statutory gap. What happens when court-ordered family therapy, co-parenting interventions, and parenting time issues are not timely enforced, while records and professional assumptions continue restricting a full parent without a court finding and without a substantiated DCF finding? In my case, no court terminated or suspended my parental rights. No court found me unfit. DCF did not substantiate any of the 17 investigations into my home. None of the 5 PFAs filed were granted against me and my wife. The Office of the Child Advocate identified unnecessary restrictions on my family during their 8.5-month investigation by the DCF Leavenworth office, supervised by Lisa Grisham and the investigator Ricky Giles. They showed in their record that nothing was followed up on. The initial safety plan was never followed up on for 8 months. No investigation was done, literally says that in the OCA. That was my family. This is my daughter. This is what we have. I'm on year 3. Year 3. It still hurts. Sarah Jackson, this is where it all started. This is where I found it. It's through FERPA, because I'm a full rights parent. I can do FERPA, I can do HIPAA, I can do all these things. I can do a subpoena because I have full rights with the court case. And I found out through FERPA, because USD 464 did not want to give me the records, Sarah Jackson, a licensed clinical social worker, connected to a July 8, 2023 unsubstantiated DCF web intake issue previously raised before the committee. St. John's Hospital Assessment Record states that DCF hotline assessment report were provided to biological mother and to Trina Knudsen, our domestic case manager. Sarah Jackson is the licensed social worker that did it. DCF web intake documents identify Sarah Jackson, Heartland consultation through St. John's Hospital as the reporting source. St. John's also maintains sorry, I'm getting lost. Sarah Jackson made a report, didn't submit it, hands it to my ex-wife. My ex-wife shares it with everybody. Goes to the school. Superintendent blocks me from participation in the school. The principal blocks me from participation in the school for a report that does not exist. Tanya Keys confirms, and Vivian Olson, counsel, confirms does not exist, so they cannot comment. They have no duty to do anything about it. Report it to LVPD. Sergeant Nichols says, sorry, the law states they're a school, they can have sync-related materials. Their interpretation is, because they accepted it, made it legal. Yeah, I went to the school board. You can look it up. I testified for them. It's, guys, talk to me about this. You pulled it out of my son's record. It's been sitting there for 3 years. Wouldn't pull it out of my daughter's record because she turned 18. Whoops, sorry, Mr. Large. Now her records. The HIPAA, with all the hospitals that changed all their records, because I filed a HIPAA violation on it. They changed all the records. They apologized, except for St. John's. St. John's told me, where the way they put in the record, the patient does have a history of sexual abuse by father, me, that we have no duty to the parent, we will not comment, and we will not correct. That's on my daughter's permanent record.
That's time. Thank you for coming forward. Next up is Sean Lee. Welcome to committee, Sean.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sean Lee. I'm an attorney licensed in Kansas, Missouri, Western District of Missouri, and then I have inactive licenses in District of Kansas and Washington, D.C. Got a background in family court, but I mostly do criminal law. By and large, almost all of my clients are criminals, and just about every type of crime that there is, from the lowest level to international drug crimes and racketeering. I cannot oppose this change to the Tort Claims Act strongly enough. Cops don't catch it all. Cops don't catch it all, and if they did, I'd starve to death. Why do we have torts? Because bad policies and bad decisions, you can't throw somebody in jail over those, but you can hold them accountable, especially when they cause horrific injuries to children or kill them. Kennedy Schroer is a good example. How many years was she dead and buried before DCF acknowledged it or even found out? These children that have gone through 6 years of this grand experiment in everyone, everywhere, in every profession, simultaneously working from home with no regulatory oversight, no preliminary debate, no financial conflicts of interest, no political conflicts of interest, no investigation. How many years? It's been 6. 2019, nobody said, hey, you know what we should do? We should pass a bill where everybody in every profession can be trained remotely, work remotely, supervise each other remotely. That didn't happen. So now we have 6 years of injured and ill children, and the tab is due. The tab has come due. This is a timely bill. Now, this is our Appalachian moment, okay? People didn't believe in the mafia until 1957 in New York when some patrol officer found a bunch of license plates and figured out, hey, there is a nationwide organized crime syndicate. Now, this is a fact we deal with every day. We know about the Sinaloa cartel. We know about Nangdreda. We know there are international crime syndicates. So why in this moment, when we're acknowledging that there is nationwide human trafficking of children, and why in this moment, when the Department of Justice Task Force is cracking down on agencies just like this one for fraud, are we saying, hey, let's disenfranchise all the lawyers who might potentially come in and represent all these victims? Let's take the incentive out of it. We don't want investigations. I can tell you right now that everything these people are saying is true. It's a show of horrors out there, and they hide behind protective orders and HIPAA. I get to see behind that. When I get the cases, I get to see behind it. I will tell you about one recent concern I had. I was in a hearing, I was listening, a guardian ad litem appeared remotely without their camera on, and I thought to myself, okay, I'm a defense attorney, I'm gonna assume the worst. You're on a beach somewhere, or you're mowing your yard. So I asked them to turn their camera on, couldn't do it. And then they go and start talking about autism therapy for the children. Well, case 26-CR00099, filed May 20th, 2026 in the District of Minnesota by the United States, charged that an autism clinic was giving kickbacks to parents and GALs and referral companies for children. They would come in to care, exhibiting the signs and symptoms of abuse and neglect, and they would be misdiagnosed in favor of autism. I'm asking for a fraud task force and for you to open an investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie Martin. Private citizen? Katie, are you here? There she is. Welcome to committee.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I've been a foster parent for 14 years. I am advocating for change in how we perceive siblings are identified. As my son has been adopted, and he has 2 siblings in care, that has not been placed in our home. Not because we did something wrong, but because we had too many children. Because a director at an agency said he's not a sibling because he's obtained permanency. I guess I just want to bring awareness to that, as DCF, the agencies have all said, we want siblings together, but what does that definition look like as siblings? We were fostering a group of siblings long-term for 5 years. I could have given notice so that his siblings could come live with us. But it's the best interest of the kids, it was to maintain their placement until they obtained permanency. And in the end, what happened is I hurt my own child because he's not allowed to be with his siblings, and he gets to see them for 2 hours a month and is told that's how he can form his bond with his siblings. In no way do you ever form a bond with somebody for 2 hours a month. It's not gonna happen. They're kids. And because Dominic, my son, is 10 years older than the kids, they say that the other 2 should maintain placement with a great aunt and uncle with no other siblings because their age gap. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty sure that there's probably some age gaps in your siblings in your home. Why are we saying that because of age, or because I adopted kids from the system to give them good homes, not because I didn't want them to go back home? I wanted those kids to be able to go be with their parents. I have relationships with some of those parents or their aunts and their uncles. I have a sibling set of 4 that came to me one at a time. In 2022, the agency that's denying Dominic to be with his siblings placed a child in our home so siblings could be together. So I'm just asking that we look at better ways of defining siblings, and the definition of why siblings should or shouldn't be placed together should not be effective age, ethnicity, or the fact that their parents have multiple relationships and multiple partners to have different kids with. It's not any of these kids' fault. That's all I have.
Thank you, Katie. Next, Megan Miller.
Hello, Betty. Thank you for letting me speak today. This is I think my 5th or 6th time speaking. As you guys know my story, my 5 children were taken instantly. Still don't have any access, still don't talk to them, just so you know, by Judge Kevin O'Grady and a GAL and a therapist. Now, this is not the Judicial Committee, right? But you are Children Oversight Committee. And these court actors, GALs, therapists, reunification therapists, DCF, all circle together and take children away from good parents. I started, right now, I'm gonna stand with Meg, and I started a national survey. Last time I was here, about 100. Now we have over 240 families just in Kansas fill out my survey. And in here, I really want you to look at it because I attached it to it. But the first few pages, you'll see the same court actors with the same stories over and over again. The same DCF works with the same GAL, the same therapist, same stories. Naomi Campbell has over 10 families telling the same story that happened to me with supervised visits. Kids gone like that. And you can read all of the very beginning of it. Secondly, I made sure this is affecting 438 children just off of 240 families. I also made it to see how much it cost for each family, but also the stats on here with how many, do you know how many family court and DCF cases there are? Do you know how many just CPS cases there are for DCF? So with my data that I've run, with just in Kansas, and this has reached over 5,500 people in the nation, so it's going to every state as well. Out of 39% of the Kansas families in this report said that their cases involve family court and DCF. Only 6% include DCF. 6. I also attached the audit that is being, have you guys seen the audit about DCF that's getting audited by an audit committee in our state? They, out of 50, last year, 51,500 cases were submitted to DCF. And do you know how many were substantiated and not substantiated? 97 were unsubstantiated. 3% were. So that's two double-edged sword there, right? Because there are parents I know personally that their children report sexual abuse from their father or mother or family partner, and a GAL then talks to DCF, or a therapist talks to DCF, and then, oh, it's unsubstantiated. So actually, and we're having the family court system is using your committee, your DCF, as a weapon. And all of your people that work for you in DCF is getting maxed out. Where are we going to start reporting when there's constant false accusations in DCF? My ex called every year. Where are we going to have an oversight committee like a child welfare oversight look at the GAL reports? Are they actually looking at evidence? You should see how many GALs in my report people did the same pattern over and over again, didn't talk to the children, talked to me for 15 minutes, my kids were gone. DCF has the power to take children away like that, but they also work with the family courts. Even though you're not the court, you're not the judiciary, you are oversight committee. You should be oversighting these supervisors. My son was so excited to see me more than just 1 hour a week, and then he just pulled out, and I still don't have access, nothing, 0. 883 days as of today. So you were supposed to have 20 in this room, so I did my math off of 20. So 20 of you guys represent the family courts, okay, in Kansas. And out of all of you, with the percentages that I ran, let me find the paper because I'm all out of order here. Out of all of you, 5 to 6 of you will lose your children completely. 5 or 6 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 of you are only visitation supervised visits that you have to pay for, and no one's watching and monitoring them. 1 to 2 of you are going to completely lose your rights, completely, and terminate your thing. And one more thing, only 6 of you will get actually 50-50. 6 out of 20. And that's what's happening in Kansas right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alicia Paschal. Is she here? Maybe she was written only. Okay, next we have Alexander Preston. Welcome to committee, Alexander.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by saying it's amazing to see so many new faces here today. Every single person in this room is here for a reason. Some are here because they care. Some are here because they have been affected by the system themselves. Others are here because I believe so.
Okay, can you get a little bit closer?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I know it's scary. I apologize.
Others are here because they want answers. Okay. I'm here because I want answers. My name's Alexander Preston. I'm only 19 years old. I know there's probably people in this room wondering why someone my age is here today. Someone like me is standing up and speaking about child protective services. That has a simple answer. That answer is my daughter's name is Adrea Rose Preston. Okay. She was born May 24th of 2025. That picture you see is the last day I saw her. On September 5th of last year, her mother left with our daughter under the pretense that she was going to spend the night with a family. That was the last day I saw her. Today is June 30th. That's 269 days. 6,456 hours. 6,456 hours of not knowing where my daughter is. 6,456 hours of wondering whether she is safe. 6,456 hours of begging a system that claims to protect children to do its job. Within the first week of my daughter being gone, I became aware of concerns involving drug use, unsafe living conditions, and individuals with serious histories of substance abuse who are around my child. Like any parent would do, I called CPS. I called law enforcement. I called anyone and everyone I believed that could protect my daughter for help. I did not make one report and walk away. I spent months making calls, months providing information, and months following up, months trying to get someone just to take action. What makes the situation even harder to understand is that these concerns were not unknown to the system. From the very beginning of CPS involvement, there were known concerns regarding the individuals around my daughter. There was known narcotics investigations involving that were connected to the environment where she was reportedly being cared for. CPS knew about these concerns. The information was reported. Screenshots were provided, location information was provided, text messages were provided, yet despite all of that, I was later told that the environment where my daughter was staying was considered acceptable. Acceptable. That's a word I will never forget. An environment connected to individuals under a narcotics investigation was considered acceptable for a child, a 5-month-old child. As a father, I've asked myself countless times how the decision was made and who believed that was in the best interest of a child. At one point, a drug test was ordered involving my daughter's mother and my infant daughter. My understanding is that the mother missed for the requested testing, but what I was told next changed my life forever. I was informed that my 5-month-old daughter tested positive during her own drug screening. A 5-month-old. An infant. My daughter failed a drug test before she could even walk. And despite all that, I was not given meaningful answers. I was not told where she was. I was not given clear information about the substance she was tested positive for, no matter who I asked, even getting hung up on. Instead, I was left in the dark. I received tips about homes where my daughter was being involved in staying. I became aware of law enforcement activity, including searches connected to the narcotics investigation involving the people around her. Even after all this, my daughter was not returned to me. And that's why I'm standing right here today. Because this is not simply about my daughter's mother. A system that received reports, a system that received evidence, a system that knew about concerns involving drugs, a system that knew a child allegedly tested positive, a system that knew there were ongoing investigations, narcotics investigations to the people around her.
I think that's time. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
We do have your written testimony, and I have read it. Next, Christy LaTurner. She's on WebEx. Christy, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to Angelina Lawson. She's on WebEx as well. Angelina, are you there?
I am.
Okay, great. Go ahead. We can hear you, and I'll interrupt you when it's time since you can't hear the buzzer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have given up believing that we have legitimate courts. Negligence in this system failed while trying to work. What we have here is a system that succeeds by failing. And that architecture does not stop at the DCF. It stretches into the courts, the judicial branch, and into our governor's office and in my life. In my own case, I did exactly what the state tells Kansans to do. I used our process. I filed complaints. I followed the rules. I ran into the same machine that you guys have allowed to run DCF and the judicial branch. When I pushed for transparency, I was targeted. The power of the state was used not to protect children, but to protect itself. DCF pretends to have grievance process while complaints disappear. The judiciary pretends judges are accountable. No one is ever removed. The governor's office pretends child safety is a priority while appointing and protecting the people who keep this blackout intact. That is a protection racket. In a protection racket, you don't have to like the harm. You just have to keep the money, the power, and the headlines clean. In Kansas, trauma is a currency for political stability. And what you're trading for, that stability, is the lives of children and the destruction of families. You have built a system where the governor and her appointees are not guardians of justice. They are the managers of risk and with no separation of powers. They are the architects of a graveyard, and that courts are part of the machine. Right now, the conservative majority party in this state is running a Vote Yes campaign built on a slogan that judges are the problem. They tell voters that the courts are out of control, that they are the brave ones who will rein them in. But in the entire history of Kansas, with years of conservative majorities, not one of them has initiated a single impeachment trial of a judge. Not one. If a judge are really the problem, where are the impeachment trials? Where are the subpoenas from this committee that actually ends a corrupt judge's career? Instead, this committee is giving a Democratic governor the best gift ever: silence. Governor has played this room so well that she turned a majority party into servants and her personal insurance policy for her appointed judges to ignore the law without consequences. When you run on judges are the problem while refusing to use the one tool that would actually remove them, you are not reformers. You are Democratic operatives in conservative skin for the status quo. This is the gift to every agency head who knows the legislature will hold a hearing but not impose consequences. It is a gift to every court actor who knows families can be buried in procedure before anyone in power is forced to answer a direct question. Kansas does not have an information problem. Kansas has an accountability problem. You have audits, death data, family testimony, vacancy patterns, grievance and failures, ADA grievances, record access failures, and who is benefiting from calling these failures process? Because a child cannot be protected by process that cannot find its own notices. A family cannot be heard by a grievance system that cannot produce a reviewable answer. If the bench is so bad enough for a Vote Yes campaign and family testimony is proving the damage is real, then the public deserves to know why there is no reviewable record of this legislative conservative majority pursuing impeachment or formal judicial accountability. Today, this committee is on notice. The next audit is not new information. The next child's report is not a surprise. The next parent who comes here with unanswered grievances is not an isolated case. And you know enough how to act. You know enough and can require enforceable correction. You can condition funding. You can demand public reporting, and you can remove the powers of agencies to investigate and absolve themselves. If you preserve the status quo after this level of notice, then the next failure does not belong to the DCF. But at this point, you are not just failing to stop a predatory system, you are the predatory system. Kansas children and families are not being failed by one bad employee, one missed email, one vacancy, one judge, or one agency mistake. They are being failed by a system that knows how to document harm, explain harm, hide harm, fund harm, and survive harm. The system does not need another performance review. It needs consequences. And the public can look right here at this committee, at the conservative majority that talks about judicial accountability and never files impeachment, at the governor's office and appointees who manage the blackout instead of ending it. And I want to enter this into the record in full. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Christy LaTurner, are you on WebEx? Okay, Chris. She is, okay, Christy, you're muted. If you can unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Good job.
Okay.
Welcome to committee.
Thank you so much for letting me speak to the committee. My case is the same as what you're hearing across the board. I am 54 years old, and 30 years ago in 1997, I gave birth to a premature baby. That baby was born with an underdeveloped brain and a tripled 23rd chromosome. We knew about her underdeveloped brain, but the medical testing for the 23rd chromosome, which plainly pointed to an underlying seizure disorder, was not found until genetic testing through Children's Mercy in 2019. And she was born in 1997. So it took that many years. And then medical findings for her are still coming to light. My daughter was actually born with a condition called HIE. And it's vitally important that you look that up, because it's when you have placenta previa, complete placenta previa, and the umbilical cord wrapped twice around the baby's neck, which is exactly the way that my daughter was born. We were let down in 1997. They have known about that condition since 1960. But the problem is I protected her, and I didn't protect her alone. We had DFS in our life the whole entire time, her being such catastrophically severe autism. One time they came to our house because she had curly hair and my other daughter had straight hair. Yes, my other two children were also born preemies and also born with the umbilical cord wrapped twice around their neck. So it's medical conditions drive everything. And DFS was a huge part of our life. We had 10 case managers. Now, to this date, I am being dragged through court. Next week, I go in front of a jury trial for a spam email. Your judges are wanting me in jail for a spam email. Now, Google sends out 4,000 spam emails a day, so imagine you going to jail for a spam email. And this derives from the fact that I had a neighbor, and my daughter was the fourth one he took because she was worth money. This man has received over 5 checks of $60,000 to $80,000 off the city of Galena, supported by your judges in Southeast Kansas since 2016. It wasn't until they started dragging me through this court case that I have the evidence. You got handed my daughter's medical information. My daughter has had 15 surgeries, numerous hospitalizations. There is no reversing her condition. There is no faking her condition. It's hardcore reality. We have 8 MRIs, 2 PET scans, and 2 neurological scans. I have worked in the medical and the legal field, and I press upon you in my 4 simple minutes. You have got to hear how many of these parents are involved in both the Navy and the military, the law enforcement, and the medical, that are being damaged by your family court system. And I understand that you have to do with fostering kids and everything else. Well, through this nightmare, we found out that my convicted ex-husband, who burned toddlers with cigarettes in 1995, choked me and blacked my daughter's eye and put handprints on my other child. I had 100% physical and legal custody, convicted in California. Kansas allowed to be a foster parent. And March 9th of 2024, that 10-year-old little foster girl and her 3 brothers were still removed because he sodomized that 10-year-old child. And then it was hidden by Paul Shipp of the Disability Rights Center. And you know that that's catastrophic information, because the Montgomery County Sheriff was calling me and blaming me for allowing my daughter to be placed over there. Meanwhile, I'm being threatened with a year in jail if I don't allow that criminal convicted
Christy.
ex-husband to have custody.
Christy, I'm sorry, that's time.
So-
Thank you for being here.
Thank you all, but please hear these families. Dear God, please hear these families.
Thank you. Okay, committee, we're going to open it up for questions. If you would state the citizen or whoever your public testimony was. I saw Senator Erickson's hand first, and then Senator Fascadell will be next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have 2 quick, if I may. The first one is for Madeline. I'm not going to do the French pronunciation there, Madeline, but thank you so much for being here. First of all, is your husband here?
He is not. He's at work today. He was unable to get the day.
Please thank him for his service for me. So, in your testimony, you stated that the family preservation said that your family would not be, quote, as desirable when compared to a foster family when they were considering placement for a child or children. Did they state why?
That's correct. And I've been also told that by other agencies. We have since changed from Restoration Family Services to DECA, which is a more local agency. What they told me is that because of the rigorous process through the foster license process, is if they're evaluating 10 families and one of them is adopt-only family and 9 of them are foster families, they're not even going to look at that one adopt-only family because they have 9 families that have that license. And in my opinion, no other person's words other than my own, from what I found out, I think that there's a financial consideration that agencies pressure families.
Can you
But
mute
I
yourself?
pressed the button.
I'm not sure who that is. Can you mute yourself or you got it muted? Thank you.
They pressure families to secure the foster care license so that they can get that financial consideration. So it's not just this particular agency, but I've been told this by multiple agencies, and my family has experienced it from multiple agencies. Adopt-only families are treated as less than because they don't have a foster care license when they're evaluating placement for a child or children. And we're open to hosting children or welcoming siblings into our family as well.
I will add that there is written testimony. I forgot to recognize written testimony by Marilyn Shaw, who's the Associate Executive Director for Restoration Family Services, and she's here in the audience as well today. So she came to listen.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like information, that was new to me, about the difference in fees for foster versus adoption. Could this committee get some more information on that, Madam Chair? I would make that request.
Natalie, can you assist us with that? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator.
And if I may, Madam Chair, my next question is for Alexander Preston. I can pronounce that because that happens to be my son-in-law and grandkid's last name, so I can pronounce that one, Preston. I'm just curious, you should have paternal rights. So have you pursued that avenue?
At the time, I was living in Pottawatomie County, Kansas. Okay, I moved out when I was 16. I had my own house. By the time I was 16, I was the only one working in the house, taking care of 2 stepchildren and a pregnant fiance at the time for my daughter. Okay, we moved to Wamego, Kansas, and right as that incident happened, I went to the court. I was then shut down 4 times walking up to the courthouse by the clerk saying I need an attorney present to even request any paperwork. Instead, I got served with a PFA to file against her. That PFA was not eligible to be turned back in. Cops were there when she had it all done, and it was a lost cause at the time. And since then, it was constant calling on the cops, talking to CPS, social workers, everything you can think of, everything I could possibly do as a 19-year-old living alone who just lost his entire family. I did everything I could possibly think of.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the way, the picture is adorable.
That was the last day I
Thank
saw
you,
it.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could ask staff, I want to get a copy of House Bill 2521. And Madam Chair, I want to tell the young man that have you ever heard of Dad's Care 2? I introduced legislation a year ago, or some years ago, to help dads who want their children's in their lives. But my question too is, we're just going to call you the French lady. If you could come back up to the podium. And I want to live with you. Can your parents, can they stand up?
Yes, my parents.
Oh, wow. So question for you, and Madam Chair, this is something that I've talked about for years. So years ago, people would adopt from foreign countries, and they had a lot of money, and they did all of these things, and even actors and actresses. It's a fad now to adopt children from everywhere. And I've often said that if the children, kind of like a house, rent to buy. So if children are in foster care, they might be there 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, but the families are working hard to reintegrate. So tell me again your system. You talked about 2 different systems, and would you support, it's just like a fork in the road. When you get there, you go this way or that way. Isn't there, I mean, did you attempt to adopt for just children that their parents are deceased? There's no other families fighting for them. There's no one incarcerated, and the children need love and a home. Um, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. So yes, as a family, we have the means to be able to pursue a private adoption. But as I stated in my testimony, we believe that there are a lot of children in this state that need love, and we feel called to be able to open our hearts and homes to do so. It's been in my experience that there are, the purpose of reintegration of the family is an honorable a thing to do, and I respect that wholeheartedly. That's not possible 100% of the time. So what my husband and I are trying to do is to be there for children who have had their parental rights severed that need to be placed for a permanent adoption.
Okay, so I want to know what direction, what agency did you approach first? So I know what you want to be there for, but.
Yes, thank you, Senator. We were first referred to Restoration Family Services through Wichita, and then because of the situation of what I felt to be pressure, and then also just the logistical considerations of being so far away from Wichita, we were referred then to DECA, which is an agency out of Lawrence, which we continue to pursue the adopt-only path through them as well.
Do you live in Wichita?
No, ma'am.
I do. Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Representative Carr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't have the last speaker, and I won't attempt to pronounce the French name either, on my original agenda. However, some questions have been posed, and you mentioned the fact that the executive director from Restoration Family Services is here, and I wonder if I might ask them a question.
I think that's fine. She did submit written testimony, so yeah, come on up.
And I'm sure someone else here may have been able to answer this question, but since they're here, I just want to ask them. So is it, two-part question. First of all, is there a dollar amount difference with respect to providing a foster care situation versus the adoptive situation? And is it a standard practice that you inform those individuals that they would provide or that they would receive some sort of preferential treatment if they're only going the foster route?
No, there is not a financial difference between adopt only, foster to adopt, or adopting from foster care. The biggest difference is a family who is licensed has the ability to get the child placed into their home. So they built a relationship. The preferential treatment that's spoken of is if a child is in a licensed foster home and they've built up a connection and relationship, they're not going to remove that child from that home for an adopt-only home if that home wants to adopt. So I think some of the lines kind of got scattered, and there is a fee for private adoptions to do a home study that's not related to foster care. So depending on that communication and how it's communicated is where that fee will come up on a family, and that's for private home studies only, not as it relates to foster care itself.
Just one follow-up. Who pays the fee?
DCF does.
DCF pays that fee?
For the home study for kids that are being adopted out of foster care.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, next Representative Bohai, and then we'll have Representative Humphreys.
I can ask it offline. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, Madeline, if you would come up again, so sorry. But just a little clarification. You don't want to be licensed. Is that what you all have decided?
We, as a family, have acquiesced, this system is a machine, and we have acquiesced to pursue a foster care license because we've been told, as mentioned by Restoration Family Services, that there is a preference and there is in my words, discrimination versus a licensed foster family and an adopt-only family.
Yep. So I remember when Kansas had foster to adopt. And I remember when DCF, I think it was DCF at the time, said, we're not doing that anymore. I mean, so I don't think it's a thing. So what I'm trying to understand is your position in taking the classes and everything was not to get licensed, but were you ever led to believe that that was even a thing anymore in Kansas? Because I don't think it was.
I read a lot of literature online, particularly the Adopt Kansas Kids website. I
Yes.
watched all the YouTube videos
Yes.
that are
Mhm.
available. And the literature that's available does show a path forward for adopt-only families. and
Okay,
that is why
interesting.
we pursue that avenue.
And so like, Susan's kids in Wichita and then Adopt Kansas Kids. So are you saying that's not a thing? Like there are no children that are actually adopted from Adopt Kansas Kids? Because I want to get to the bottom of this.
Thank you, Representative. It absolutely is a thing, but what I've been told from multiple agencies is that even with those kids on Adopt Kansas Kids, a family that is licensed with a foster care license is more desirable, and those are the words that were used with me, more desirable than adopt-only family because of the licensing process that the system has in place. And so my family has acquiesced to pursue the license just for simplicity of everyone.
Mhm. And so the Adopt Kansas, the kids on the website or whatever, my maybe misinterpretation was that the parental rights have been, there are no parental right. These kids are available for adoption right now.
That is correct, Representative.
Okay, but when the agency is deciding who's going to get to adopt the kids, the licensed homes are the ones that are preferred.
Every case manager that I
Okay.
have asked has told me that, yes,
Okay,
Representative.
thank you for that. That helps me understand a little bit better what the issue is. Okay, and then if I may, just one other question from Alexander. So I just wanted to understand, so there's no court case, you haven't, gone to any sort of attorney, no, even Kansas Legal Services, you've done nothing to file any sort of custody, any kind of motion, any petition to have parental time. You've done nothing with the courts.
That's incorrect.
Okay, I'm trying to, so what's yours?
I had an attorney. Her name was Rebecca R. Brookstool.
Okay,
It's about a $2,000 retaining fee.
yeah,
Again, I'm 19 years old. I don't know what a lot of things mean. I'll be blunt honest about that. Okay. Started off as a $2,000 retaining fee. Initially, it was we're going to go for visitations. That's it. Like, no, this is what's going on. This is what's happening. I'm going for full custody. And after months of fighting that, she wouldn't do anything. The amount of phone calls I made, the amount of text messages I made, it all rounded up past $2,000, and I wasn't able to pay any
do
more
more.
at the time.
And you're familiar with Kansas Legal Services?
Yes, the free aid.
Well, it's a sliding scale.
To an extent, yes. Yes, I'm fully aware of that, and I've looked into it quite a bit.
Okay. Because, I mean, it's just it's an interesting case, and I don't understand how you've ended up where you are. So,
That's what I'm confused about.
I'm glad you're here, just to make everyone aware. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Powell?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. If I could, I would actually like to talk to and I apologize, I did not catch her name, whoever's in charge of I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. Restoration Family Services. I wanted to ask her a question. I apologize, I forgot your name already.
Marilyn Shaw.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I apologize, Marilyn.
Thank you for standing for questions.
I apologize for getting your name. So if I could, I'm gonna, there, is that better? So Marilyn, I'm gonna put this in my own words, and please correct me if I'm not stating it well. Would it be accurate to say that if a family comes to your services and they get certification to be a foster family, and they take a child and they have a child come in, and while that child comes into their family and the parental rights end up being severed, and that child has already bonded with that family, and that family is already willing to adopt that child, because of those sets of circumstances, they would be given preferential treatment over a family who was only interested in adopting, who has not bonded with that child, and the child hasn't bonded with them. Is that an accurate way to describe the differences between those two different sets of scenarios?
Yes, that's accurate. Now, there is no difference if it's a child that is in a foster home and that foster home is in adopting, whether you're licensed or not, you're in the same place and position to be selected as an option for that adoptive resource.
We are running behind, but any further pressing? Okay, thank you all. Senator Fasquito.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robert, all these years that you've been coming, I've been hearing you. What do you need? What do you want? We're just an interim committee meeting, and the bills or amendments need to be done January, February, March. And so what do you need? What do you, just tell us.
Consider the
Tell us like it is.
Consider the 4 acts I put up there. I've submitted with my testimony. One is parental rights, that if you have full rights provider, and they want to block you, they have to tell you why. Because right now, they don't have to tell you anything. They'll tell you they don't have to tell you anything. Under reasonable suspicion, we don't have to tell you anything. That's it. Give me it in writing so I can go to the courts.
Okay.
That would be a simple one. You're going to have a lot of pushback because therapy and all those groups, they are not interested. I actually had the family therapist for the guidance center where my kids went to told me if there's any family reunification or family therapy ordered, they will not support it because they equate it to domestic violence. We're not going to make a domestic violence person go into the same room. That's it. So they're just, my court case, I have, since November 2024, I have a motion pending for obstruction for not following through with family therapy. It's not reviewed by the court. Still sitting there. I've asked for a hearing.
Thank you, Robert. I'm going to put in there, you at least want to know why. That's fair. Thank you.
Just tell us.
He has some outlines in his written,
thank
written
you.
testimony. So while we move on to the next agenda item, which is going to be an update from Department of Children's Families, Secretary Laura Howard. If you want to go ahead and come up and get ready, I'm going to read off the written testimony that we received, which was Gail Kozad from the Chief Executive Officer of Kansas Children's Service League, Sherry Lesher, private citizen, Ray Sippolt, private citizen, and then Marilyn Shaw, Associate Director of Restoration Family Services. And then I just wanted to mention real quickly, I thought it was very interesting. I think Chair Humphreys had a great hearing on this at the end of session, but out of the 13 or 14 that we had, 4 or 5 of them had to do with family court. And so this is a concern I've had for about a year. And so, we need to start looking into that. Maybe not in this committee, but as representatives and senators, there's some concerns there. So Secretary Howard, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I think you specifically requested for this meeting that we provide our regular data report. And I might just take a couple minutes before we get into that data report, just to give you a couple updates on some other things going on, some of which I think connect to today's conversations. Since I don't have kind of another slide deck. So just a handful of things that aren't in the slides. One, we do have an RFP on the street related to our congregate care providers, moving from provider agreements to contracted services. We're excited about that for a lot of reasons. It's still open, so I won't say a lot about it. We're about done with that, but it still is in process. You know, one of the pieces that we asked folks to propose in terms of services was no eject, no reject. And so I'm hopeful as we wrap through that process, we'll be able to come back to you and talk about having some no eject, no reject opportunities from the congregate care side. I might also say there have been some concerns raised. There were a handful of entities across the state that are existing providers for children who did not bid. You know, this was a new process, and even though we felt like we'd given notice to folks, we will go ahead and allow those entities to continue under their existing provider agreements for another year, and we'll refresh the RFP kind of each year. We'd ultimately like to get everybody, you know, in that new process because it also gives us a chance, we think, to connect our congregate providers more directly with the rest of the system in terms of sort of expectations and outcomes. But again, we will allow, you know, the existing providers who failed to bid this time to continue services and to continue to accept new kids. I know there's been some concerns there. The second piece I wanted to mention is, you know, we've had the Family Mobile Crisis Helpline for a number of years now. That was also out for a rebid. It has been provided through what was Beacon and now is Carillon. The new contract award that we made that will go live on November 1st is with HealthSource Integrated Solutions. So they will be taking over the Family and Mobile Crisis Helpline. And we expect that to be a smooth transition. I'm excited about that because, you know, HealthSource also has a strong connection with the 988 system. They're one of our 988 call centers, and they also have a strong connection with some of the crisis-related services connected to our CCBHC. So I think we can get some integration across systems through that award. So again, we're excited about that. I can't announce the name of the vendor today, but probably it should be next week. We're in the signing process, but I think many of you will know that a few years ago, you provided us some resources for a family finding technology tool. And you all were talking a lot about family finding today. It's been a long process to get there, primarily because of some of the security considerations in IT. I think we went down this path right when the state was looking at, you know, some of those security things at a greater level. But we actually have a signed contract from a vendor, and we'll get that signed ourselves next week. And so I think you'll all be really pleased about that. I think it gives us a, you know, really a technology tool that can be used really across our providers, you know, prevention, foster care, et cetera. So say, for example, someone was in a family preservation case and a lot of work was done around family finding at that circumstance. That will all be available then as the child might proceed to different places. And again, we're very excited about that and very excited to have that added in terms of possibilities there. So otherwise, I think I will move on to the data report. We should have a slide deck here.
Do you want to just hit the highlights?
I will.
Since we're
I
running a
will.
little bit.
Yeah, because you all know this report.
Yeah, thank you.
I will do that. All right, thank you. All right, the first slide has to do with how the foster care case matter came to DCF. You talked about that a lot this morning as well, in terms of the way the cases came to us. The first table really, again, talks about that, the kids that are removed by reason of abuse or neglect, and then whether or not the requester was DCF or not. And as you look at those numbers, I think you can see, just looking at the first quarter of fiscal year 26, again, on the abuse neglect side, about half DCF, a little less than half non-DCF. The FINA side, you know, pretty similar. But again, as you look at those numbers, they've jumped up and down a bit. But again, I think a little bit of a trend in terms of reduced percentages in terms of DCF being the requester. So the second table at the bottom of the same page has to do with the issue of police protective custody. And as you know, children who need to enter foster care may experience police protective custody for up to 72 hours, including weekends and holidays. As was also mentioned this morning, you had some statutory changes that took place that would require law enforcement to explore some other options, and also requirements related to DCF having the ability to respond to law enforcement that kind of has us, kind of responding, 7 days a week. If you look at the data, I'm still not quite ready to say it's a trend, but I do think if you look at, for example, on the abuse neglect table, the first quarter of 2026, 41% the kids who entered no police protective custody, that had been at 36% down in first quarter of 2025. And again, I think we can just kind of see, again, the percentages with police protective custody, maybe slight changes. I think it's still a little too early to see if it's a trend. So again, I just wanted to call that out. But I'd like to see a few more quarters to see if we can make any attribution to some of the changes in the law. All right, table 3 has to do with prevention services. We'll talk about that in the next couple of tables. This has to do with children removed into foster care that ever had a referral for prevention services. So again, as you can see, in not a whole lot of change, except that a slight increase in terms of the percentage of youth who ever had a prevention plan or referral to family preservation or to Family First. About 25% of those youth removed into foster care had a referral at some point in time. And then for the table at the bottom of the page, at this point, we're looking at children in custody who had prevention referrals within 2 years of entering custody. So again, you can see that data by the kind of prevention service. So not so much a trend table, but just giving you a little bit of detail about that. Next page talks about the average length of stay in foster care. And if you look at table 5, the table provides length of stay data by days and months for kids who exited foster care during the most recent 5 quarters. And again, you'll recall some legislation that you passed also would provide for some accelerated court hearings. So again, I think we're looking to see whether we see trends here. So again, by case plan, adoption, and we continue to see, average months to permanency, about 45. If you look down at the previous quarter, it had been about 41. The lowest period of time is reunification. You can see average of about 12 months. The Soul family numbers are going down over the quarters, but that's really just because Soul was new. So the first kids who came into it had obviously been in care longer, but you'll see those numbers have gone down. I think the most recent one is 18 months. So again, just some basic data there on those 2 pages. We move on to page 6. We get into prevention services that were provided, and we're going to talk first about family preservation and then about Family First. Again, family preservation are services provided statewide, voluntary services alongside families to reduce the risk of kids being placed into foster care. You can see just the referral numbers each quarter to family preservation services. And the intended outcome for family preservation providers is that families referred for the services won't have a child placed outside the home into foster care during the service period within 30 days of case closure. And again, if you look at the table at the bottom of the page, you see for those full years that range between 88 and 90%. The 2026 will need more quarters to have that full number. But again, that's stayed pretty constant between 88 and 90% really for a number of years. Next page, maybe switching from family preservation over to family first. And again, the Family First Prevention Services, remember, these are contracted services with a number of providers across the state that are focused in the areas of parent skill building, mental health services, substance use, or some legal supports through what's called kinship navigation. Again, you can kind of see the referrals, the breakdown of those referrals, each quarter. So a little bit of up and down there, but again, around just under 400 referrals per quarter. And if you look at those, you can see that a little bit easier on the next page. By service type, that has stayed pretty constant. About a third of those referrals are for parent skill building. You can see that about a quarter, give or take a couple percentages, are about mental health. And then the remainder of the services play out. And then you can see at the bottom of the page, just the referrals by our regions. And again, we wouldn't expect to see big differences there. Let's see, the next page just talks about kind of the cost of prevention and family services. Our budget for family preservation is about just over $12 million. And again, in state fiscal year 25, we served about 1,400 families. That came out to a cost of about $7,000 per referral or $3,100 per child for those services. And then you can see similar data for Family First. The state fiscal year 26 budget was $20.8 million. And then we've just given you some data on how that broke out between mental health related services or substance use or parenting skills. And again, about 7.3 million of that total for mental health related, just under 10 million for parenting skills, and the remainder spread amongst those other categories. So you can see kind of the expenditures, the referrals, the number of children served. And then just kind of comparing that to the cost of a child in foster care, and we've just used the numbers from the consensus caseload process. Again, estimate of about just over $5,000 for monthly cost per child. And you can see the total dollars of case management costs and placement costs. So if you think about that in terms of the length of time a child is in care compared to some of the prevention costs. Just a couple more. You also asked us to talk about behavior intervention services, since that's a fairly new service that we added to our state Medicaid plan in Kansas. And again, you can see on this chart that the numbers have slowly gone up the last couple quarters, serving about 63 children per quarter the last couple of quarters, with a slight increase in the number of providers. And we have another new provider coming on board here in a couple more months. I think that will still be down in the Wichita, Sedgwick County area. So we still really have a scarcity in terms of the West, especially, but we do have coverage in the Wichita, Southeast, KC, a little bit in the Northeast region. And again, this is a service that uses really kind of paraprofessionals coming into the home and working with families, with youth who display really frequent disruptive behaviors. And again, this can be a service before foster care, or it can be a service that is provided while a child is in care. Almost done here. Next, we just give you some information about licensed family foster homes. Again, you've asked us to share the capacity categorized by age, the overall capacity that we see, the number of homes equipped to accommodate children with significant needs. So again, starting just with some basic capacity numbers. Average capacity of our foster homes are 2.6. About 36% of homes have a capacity for 2 children, 30% for 4, 18% for 3, 17% 1. You can see in the box on the right side, the age group served. We see 57% are now willing to serve children, infancy and older. That's increased from the last report. And then you can see those families who make choices, maybe either not to serve infants or maybe to not to serve maybe certain older youth. In terms of the licensed homes, we've the first quarter of this fiscal year, we're at a total of 22,140. I did look a few days ago, and that's grown since then by about 25 homes. So we're now at about 2,165. So we had a little bit of a decline. Looks like we're having a little bit of growth coming back. So I'm going to be looking for that trend. I know there's a lot of effort going on in terms of the context of trying to build capacity issues there. So again, the next couple charts, we really just show you the things that that are asked about during the licensing and sponsorship process in terms of the kind of preferences that families can provide in terms of youth that they may wish to foster. And so you'll see that on that page, as well as things about children's behavior, behavioral health disability, or medical conditions on the other page. I'd remind this committee of all the kids in out-of-home placements in Kansas, 92% are in a family-based setting, either in a foster home or in a relative placement. So we continue to feel really proud of that number, that I really try to focus on that staying above 90%. We know that family-based care is best for youth. The table on this page just kind of tells you for those levels of care, we pay different amounts kind of based on different things related to the children's needs. So we have basic levels 1, 2, and 3 of foster care. We have intensive levels 1 and 2. We have therapeutic foster care and some specialized services and rates as well related to the IDD population. So you can kind of see the breakdown there. But again, just really based on the different needs of the child. So that was really the summary of what you asked us to provide in this regular data report, but I'm happy to answer questions about any relevant topic, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Committee questions, Senator Falscato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 3 quick questions for you. Secretary Howard, thank you for being here today. So as it relates to some of the things that we've heard today from our constituents, so when I think, well, I know that over the years, we all are thinking something different. So I remember SRS, Social Rehabilitation Services. Then we transitioned to DCF. And I think there's a misconception out there that, is it DCF's fault? Is it the court's fault? Is it the law enforcement's fault? And so I know we've talked about this before. So have you worked on getting the information out there of when the complaint is made, who makes it first, and how DCF gets involved? That's one quick little question. And then the other question, I know that in Wichita, Cedric County, I get calls all the time from individuals that say their children were removed and now they live in Johnson County. They're at a foster home in Johnson County and I'm in Cedric County. Are you doing anything that I don't know about to encourage and promote more foster care homes in Wichita? And then lastly, Madam Secretary, so help us in this room today understand when people call me and say they have to pay to visit their children. So no, not through DCF, but if it's a divorce court or through the courts. Can you elaborate on those 3 topics? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I mean, the first one, I mean, in terms of kind of when the complaint, how a complaint is made. I think that's partly why we've begun talking to you about a lot over the last couple of years about, whether or not when a child comes into care, whether that's something DCF has recommended, whether they went through police protective custody. That's why I shared the data I just shared. I think that's really important because it also goes back to some of the legislation that you've passed. I mean, trying to get at both maybe some of the prevention things we're trying to do as an agency, but also the encouragement for courts and law enforcement to also think about the 4 questions and things like that. So we'll continue to kind of elevate that data and that focus. On the issue of kids close to home, that continues to be a priority and a performance measure that we measure. You mentioned about sort of recruiting in Sedgwick County in terms of foster homes. We have a number of, really strong child placement agencies there that certainly are doing recruitment, have some goals in terms of expansion. I know Ember Hope themselves has set some goals in terms of expansion. But one of the things that we're also looking to do, and actually have just been talking about in the last couple of weeks, goes to your piece about maybe the youth from other jurisdictions who are in Sedgwick County. And instead of trying to focus on, do we try to increase beds in Sedgwick County because those youth are there, let's look at those counties where those youth came from. And if we have other counties that seem like they maybe have a scarcity in different areas, let's focus on recruitment in those counties. So then we would get kids closer to home and then also increase the capacity in Sedgwick County as a result of that. So actually that's just a conversation. We're looking at some of that data actually just again this last week. Third question I think you asked had to do with, I think there does continue to be sometimes a lot of confusion between, DCF and sync courts and family courts and juvenile justice courts. And you're right. So when you talk about things like, who has to pay for what and those things, I think oftentimes it does get maybe attributed to DCF. And then when we dig into it, we'll find out, well, no, actually this was something that was either a family court issue or it was something in a local jurisdiction that maybe had to do with diversion on a juvenile case on a juvenile justice case where there's some, payment or process involved with the family. So again, we'll continue to try to clarify that for families.
But you don't charge anybody.
No, that's correct.
DCF doesn't.
That's correct.
It's usually the courts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Representative Bohai?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here all day today and being a part. We appreciate that. My question stems from part of when I was subbing previously and the different conversations that have been had regarding making sure we're not removing children from homes because of, for example, if the family needs access to food or if they need other social service wraparound help. Sorry for getting really close to the mic. Is the data showing that we are proactively helping those families in a way that isn't taking the children, isn't putting children in unnecessary placements?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If we look back over, just to take the last several years in the context of, since the legislature really invested strongly in prevention services, because, really until, 6 or 7 years ago, we had family preservation. We didn't have a whole lot of other prevention services until the Federal Family First program came along. So since then, we can see really strong data in terms of youth being diverted from placement. We also know that with our work on the 4 questions and the strong work that we're doing internally, that, there are exceptions, of course, because every situation is unique. But certainly the practice from the DCF side is not going to be to recommend removal when those concrete needs can be met in other ways. So I think one of the reflections I continue to have, just sort of in hearing even some of the conversations earlier today, is there are a lot of things we can try to do in practice that I think have made a lot of difference on the DCF side. on the court side sometimes and on the law enforcement side. But I think, some of the legislation that maybe you put a lot of work into that maybe hasn't quite gotten across the finish line, that might put some of those guardrails in that would say, if we don't have issues of abuse or neglect, these things kind of need to happen before a child could come into custody. I feel like that's, potentially still a gap. We can do a lot through practice and education and through people just saying, yeah, we agree it's not the best thing and that there's harm just to removing a child. But again, I think there may be some additional guardrails that would be helpful in that regard.
Okay, thank you. And if we're good, would you be available for some questions if it comes up in the next part of the discussion?
Yes, I'll be here.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to welcome Crystal Hedrick with Children's Alliance. Sorry, my brain. Is going to come up. She's going to kind of give us an overview of how we can improve. She was not in executive session, but she's going to kind of talk about some things. And then y'all get your conversations and your observations ready because we're going to be right after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Crystal Hedrick. I serve as the CEO with the Children's Alliance of Kansas. We have the privilege of focusing on systems level change to strengthen kids and families through advocacy, networking, and education. So it's an honor to be here today and appreciate you giving me some time to have this conversation. The reality is that the foster care system is doing exactly what it's designed to do, to remove children from their home and to place them in a safe setting. And I think what we've seen over time, though, is that we've begun to use that system as a default for other systems struggling in capacity. And we've also seen the foster care system be tapped into to err on the side of caution. And so I just want to talk a little bit about that today. I don't know. Am I thumbing through these or are you? Okay. So the pathway to preventing unnecessary entry into foster care system is to help families by meeting them where they're at, not necessarily by investigating or surveilling, but by offering them support, helping them strengthen and heal their families. But it's also by building system capacity, a system that works for families, not necessarily a system that we're trying to plug families into our system, right? So there's a time and a place for government and safety intervention through the Child Welfare Agency. Then there's also a time and a place for communities to step up and support families through local resources, networks of providers, friends, neighbors, church communities, etc. As I was someone who was raised by my grandparents, and I hear them and my in-laws talking about during their generations growing up, neighborhood kids would often come to their home when their parents were struggling. And they would spend time there until their family was in a better place, and they would go back there. But the first call was not always government and state agencies. So I think as we think about preventing unnecessary entry into the foster care system, we can kind of use that to think about how that system has transformed over time, and we've leaned into the government in that way. Preventing unnecessary entry into the foster care system, I wanted to highlight some data here about FINA cases, or Family in Need of Assessment. And you've likely heard me talk about this before, but we've also done some work over the past couple of years talking about poverty and neglect and how that relates to foster care. I also want to add truancy into that. You can see the number of kids here that have been removed for these issues specifically on the top there. 16 for inadequate housing, 141 lack of supervision, caregivers' inability to cope, 200, truancy, 13. So that's just between July 1st of 25 to January 26. So if you take a look at that and then think about the cost of foster care per child per month, $5,356. You can see the amounts of money that we're spending on these children when they enter into foster care. So when we think about that, and we think about poverty, we think about food, clothing, housing, That doesn't necessarily equal neglect every single time. And we've tried to do some legislation around that and haven't been successful in getting that across the finish line. But when we're redefining and rethinking about what poverty and neglect really look like, what safety versus risk really looks like, we could do a lot with $85,000 in terms of inadequate housing, right? Just for 1 month, we're spending $85,000 for 16 children to be put into foster care because they didn't have adequate housing. Children should never enter foster care for reasons related to poverty in lieu of safety, right? So poverty and neglect tie together there, but truancy also. Truancy. 13 kids came into foster care as a result of truancy. Habitual truancy, educational neglect, school attendance concerns, all of those in many other states are not solely a reason for children to come into foster care, absent of another safety concern. Should a child really lose their family because they're not attending school? Are we really changing any of the circumstances that might be impacting that child's school attendance by removing them from that family and the people that we know? School attendance is an educational issue. Foster care is a safety intervention. So one of the things that we would propose is require exhaustion of prevention services. You heard the Office of Child Advocate make some recommendations around how our court systems are making decisions around when kids should go into foster care. Is this truly a safety issue? Is this neglect? Is this poverty? What is that? But we should really think about our statute in terms of family separation only happening when a child can't be maintained at home safely with community supports, kinship care, or in-home services. So I also want to talk just a little bit about the bottom dollar here, because I think, last year in our legislative session, we saw a lot of talk about money. It happens every year. I just want you all to be well informed about the amount of money that we are spending for children in foster care in Kansas, specifically kids who come to the awareness of the state agency as a family in need of assessment. So you again have your cost of foster care per child per month. So far this fiscal year, 821 kids who were called to the DCF PRC were put into foster care as a result of a family in need of assessment case. So if you take a look at that money, that's $4,397,000 per month for those kids, to serve those kids. So I'm a social worker, I'm not a mathematician, so I had to take really serious notes about this. But the average length of stay for kids in foster care right now is 24.7 months. So if we do the math on that, the average length of stay for these 821 kids is costing our state $108 million just for that group of kids. We could do a lot with $108 million if we could find ways to serve them upstream, true prevention, primary prevention services, right? So if you take that $108 million and you project that over the next 10 years, that's over $1 billion that we are spending for kids that are entering foster care because their family needed some support. So the idea is we have built a child protection system here in Kansas. The next step is that we need a family support system of equal strength and value. We'll do that by building system capacity, which I'll talk about. So right now, Kansas currently has one front door to the child welfare system. When a teacher, pediatrician, therapist, neighbor, family member, friend is worried about a kid, the most common response is that they call DCF, the Protection Report Center. We know not every one of those concerns really represents abuse and neglect. Half, across the country and in Kansas too, approximately half of all of those calls are screened out. For those families, the difference is adding a level of support at that time, not investigation, but a level of support to those families might be the difference in helping their family before it does become a crisis and before there is a safety issue. So take a couple different scenarios. So here's one. A student comes to school with significant bruising. When asked about the injuries, child appears fearful, expresses concerns about returning home. In this situation, we have concerns about the child's safety. We're contacting the state agency, going through that process. Here's another scenario. A student comes to school, shares that their family recently have lost their housing and is temporarily staying with relatives. Family is struggling to find stable housing and other resources, but there's no concerns about abuse, neglect, or immediate danger. Our response should be a second door, a family support line that steps in to help them with housing and gives them access to local community-based services. So what we would propose is 2 doors. Which one does this family need? We're building tools for our mandated reporters. We're not changing any of the reporting expectations from them. If they have significant worries, we want them to call, right? But DCF has done a tremendous job, especially since the pandemic, in helping mandated reporters understand the difference between safety and risk. We've done that. The next step is to give them the tools that they need to have community supports. So we've developed that front door protection. We need another door for prevention. So understanding family first. Kansas was one of the first states to tap into this several years ago, and Secretary Howard and Deputy Secretary Tanya Keys were instrumental in this. I just wanted to kind of give some baseline information. So this is the prevention efforts that we've talked about, and the number of kids in foster care, entering foster care in Kansas has significantly decreased since we've done this. The federal law for FFPSA requires a child who meets the state's definition of a candidacy for foster care, a child-specific prevention plan, approved prevention services, and state oversight and claiming requirements. So all of that is included in our Title 4E prevention, statewide prevention plan that the feds approve for us. What it doesn't require is a hotline report, a CPS investigation, or an open child welfare case with the state. So FFPSA can directly reimburse mental health, prevention, and treatment. You heard the secretary talking about the services that we have here across the state: kinship navigation, substance abuse, parent skill building. And then you can see the claimable administrative functions. So prevention plan, candidate identification and eligibility, service coordination, case monitoring, quality assurance. So these are some state plan amendments that other states have done since the initial implementation of Family First. So some jurisdictions have included candidacy populations even when there's no contact with the state agency, but just an elevated risk. So we have family resource centers in Kansas that DCF has supported. They could be a front door, an entry pathway in some states who have updated their state plans. You've also heard about warm line alternatives and differential response that we've talked about over time, so again, giving our mandated reporters tools where we can go this route to help support a family, this route if we have safety concerns. Establishing community pathways. We've done some pilots here in Kansas, but essentially, for the most part, the way our Family First is set up in Kansas is that if I'm working at one of the provider's offices and a family walks in and says, I'm struggling with homelessness, I need housing support, or I need some parent skill building, my kid has some behavioral challenges, what has to happen for those families is for that agency to call the state and to call the Protection Report Center, which then triggers an open sync case, findings, all of that. So what some states have done is they've built out in their state plans that community partner can be the pathway. So some key transitions that we could take into consideration is we could shift so that families can access these prevention services through those community providers, through schools, family resource centers, other home visiting centers. We have a tremendous amount of prevention services across the state. We can expand who can identify a potential candidate. So right now the state agency is doing that. The state agency has to continue making those recommendations, but they can do that based on information that community providers are offering to them. So we can create new candidacy categories for families that don't have formal child welfare involvement. So again, they're going that community pathway. So these are some ways and some language that other states have used. So this is what the system would look like. You can see the current process, and the steps that have to go through for families to get to this service. The proposed process that other states are doing, that candidate screening is done by the service provider. So you're skipping all the way to that point. So on the current process, when you get to that service provision, then the provider comes in and DCF does a warm handoff with them. Then that provider starts doing their own safety and risk assessments, building a relationship with families. This cuts that out. That relationship and that intervention starts immediately when that family walks through the door. And then that agency provides information back to the state agency to ensure that we are working with the federal government to pull those funds down. So under this community pathway response, we go away from allegations, maltreatment findings, assessments, and straight to the support piece when that's appropriate. So building system capacity. These are some of the things that we have to do simultaneously, right? All of these are treatment options. All of these are placement options for our kids. And I think that, number one, I highlighted family of origin because we don't often think about that as a placement resource, right? We think it's all or nothing. But kids with families, whether it's post-adoptive, birth families, whatever, they can access PRTFs and acute care simultaneously. We shouldn't be using foster care as a separate placement option when a kid has a family who knows them and loves them. Foster care is not an access to treatment, or it shouldn't be. So we've made a lot of progress in reducing placement instability for kids that are in foster care. We've really discontinued a lot of our overnight stays, night-to-night placements, that kind of thing. That really is a reflection of a lot of the supports that you all have offered and our providers and DCF and working together. I love the concept of a home for every child, but it really is more than a numerator and a denominator. We have to ensure that we have a surplus of homes that can meet a variety of different needs for each kid. And so we need to take that into consideration as we continue relationships with residential providers and recognizing that we don't want kids to be raised in residential facilities, but we do want that to be a treatment option for them when needed so that they can return back to that family home in a safe way. So long-term liability protection, you all were instrumental in helping us with the Kansas Tort Claims Act, really with the intent of not limiting liability, but stabilizing the liability insurance network that we have in Kansas. And we do have a 3-year sunset on that to allow us some time to make sure that that's the path that we want to go. I will tell you that in the interim, I have spent time with a lot of other states who are interested in pursuing this option. Kansas is really the third state to aggressively approach this liability issue. We're the first one to do it through tort claims. But I will just say that just the long-term stability of our child welfare system is reliant on us being able to ultimately manage that market and to keep those costs stable for our providers. And if that doesn't happen, this work would return to the state agency. The state agency is included in the Tort Claims Liability Act. So in the bill, it is very specific and intentional that that liability coverage is when they're acting on behalf of the state. If these providers behind me were not doing the work, the state would be doing it, and we would be back at the Tort Claims Act. So, and then there's also multiple other legal pathways in the event that there is negligence and a child's harmed. Building system capacity. So just a pilot to consider for this group. We've talked a lot about older youth in foster care. In 2025, we passed some legislation that would increase the amount of times that kids are in court for permanency hearings. And so Children's Alliance and its members were supportive of that bill, but did want to make sure that other states have implemented something like that, and expedited permanency hearings have seen positive outcomes from that. And what we found was, unless we did training, or unless other states did training or shifted the time in which courts are spending with families, shifted the practices, their outcomes haven't changed a lot. Georgia's one of those states. I think it's been 10 years ago that they did sort of the same shift that we did around permanency timelines, and their outcomes are very much the same. So we really need to think about what we're doing with that time. And I'm on some work groups with some judges, and I heard a sync judge talk about how stressful it's been trying to add the number of permanency hearings into their existing docket, and that they feel like they're spending less quality time with all families as a result. So something for us to consider is the 0 to 3 safe babies approach. And one of the reasons why I landed on this, and you've heard the Office of Child Advocate speak about specialty courts in the past, is that in 2025, Chapin Hall did a really thorough study on this, really just on the effectiveness of it, but also on the return on investment, because it does cost money to do additional programs like this. But so essentially, what it does is it recognizes and appreciates that young kids experience the foster care system differently. A year for an infant looks much different than a year for a 14 or a 15-year-old. So in Kansas, you can see some numbers here. 1,074 kids in foster care were between the ages of 0 and 3. The average length of stay, 26, 27 months. So what I would suggest, or something to consider, is a pilot in Sedgwick County, where we continue to struggle with the number of kids in foster care. There's 414 kids between the ages of 0 and 3 in foster care in Sedgwick County right now. And their average length of stay is a little bit longer than the rest of the state. It's actually 28 months. So investing $500,000 could be recouped based on the study that Chapin Hall did. We could recoup that if we only served 22 kids in Sedgwick County. So significant cost savings, more than 2 to 1 cost savings by the state if we were to implement this as kind of a pilot in Sedgwick County. And depending on its effectiveness, consider expanding that to other areas of the state. I think one of the challenges that we have is that our local court systems are funded by a county-based budget. And so this would create some differences in that for us to consider. But other recommendations: align Kansas law and practice with the principle that foster care is truly just a safety intervention, not a poverty intervention. Building another door for family supports, differential response, community connection pathway. Making some amendments to our state plan so that we can leverage those federal monies in doing that. And supporting policies and investments that continue to expand a full continuum of placement options for kids to have the right level of care at the right time, whether that be with their birth family, residential care, treatment options. Again, considering the Kansas Tort Claims Act in the long term and addressing our liability insurance crisis for our providers, and then the Safe Babies Court that I introduced to you. So I kind of knocked through that quickly, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Did good. Got us back on schedule almost, so I appreciate that. Are there any pressing questions for Crystal? Okay, Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Chair. So I support that pilot program in Sedgwick County. You said you introduced legislation last session relating to poverty, not removing children just because their cabinets aren't stacked with all the best food in their pantry, etc. So when you say give them the tools they need, what tools? So are you talking about, for an example, when you mention, children are removed sometimes just because their KDHE says they've got an attic that's not a certain length and width. I mean, so, Madam Chair, I'm saying this is dear to my heart. 20 years ago, I did an article on CSG on we shouldn't remove children just because a social worker might come and inspect the home, and they don't have the same thing they have in their refrigerator at their home, a rural area versus an inner city. So what's the bill number? Let's all support it. Yeah, but what do you mean? Because we've got all kind of tools. What, you said give them the tools they need.
So when I said that, I was referencing mandated reporters. So we know that over half of the time, what they're calling about doesn't get screened in. But we know that they probably do have a concern and have a desire to help a family. Let's give them a pathway to do that.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Representative Humphries?
Thank you. I'll mention, when we have our suggestions, I will also kind of weigh in on the baby court. Good. Okay, but when you, in the slide you had build system capacity, you know, with the candidate determination and child-specific prevention plan, but some of the services, if I remember, they're not available unless there's a DCF referral. And so don't we have, I mean, if to do what you're saying, you know, to get rid of the current process and do the proposed process, that has to change.
We would need to, thank you for the question. We would need to amend our state plan and have that approved by the feds.
And the state plan is done by DCF.
Yeah, in partnership with the feds.
And don't they, isn't it just like every 3 years or something? And when is that going to be next? And can we do that? Yeah.
Tanya, we'll let you answer that. Deputy Secretary Keys, welcome.
Thank you. Tanya Keys, Deputy Secretary. With your specific question about how often our state Family First Prevention Service Act plan, it's looked at every year, but yes, we do every 4 years submit for formal approval. We've provided testimony this past session on our new procedure for community path referrals. We currently have 4 agencies that are accepting community referrals. So the concept that Crystal presented, we started small with 4 agencies in our Family First grantees that are state funded only. Our federal partners are supportive of us doing the 4 programs that are state funded only so we can get a process in place. They want to learn about that. They cautioned us against submitting a new plan, that it would be at risk of not being approved. And we don't want to risk the financial participation we get from our federal partners for those programs that we receive the federal reimbursement for, the match, the 50% match for an evidence-based program. So we've started small, but we do have a community pathway for Family First programs, and we're really excited that 4 of our service providers agreed to be able to start that for us. The candidacy for care is completed by central office employee, so there is no report that is required to the Protection Report Center. If, you know, for example, a school or maybe a hospital or another provider says, oh, I think this family would really benefit from your parent skill building service, they can make that referral directly. They don't call DCF to make a report. But we are still required to have the candidate for care information, but DCF still does that. So behind the scenes, DCF does have information.
So, and I so appreciate the fact that you've kind of gotten that started with that plan, but this is, I mean, we just need to look into it a little bit more rather than going deep into it. But one of my questions, Family First is federal funding. So I don't know how they can control what we do with just our state funded. You don't have to answer that right now, but that's a question. Those 4 programs that are only state funded, you know, it seems like we wouldn't have to get federal approval for those. Okay, but
and I agree, and we don't. That's why they're supportive of us trying the process for community pathways with that.
And so, but aren't there other states that have submitted a plan that doesn't include having to have a referral? And so why would they have Kansas say, oh, don't do it because you might not, your plan might not be accepted?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Our Administration for Children and Families is supportive of what Kansas is trying. What they have let us know is that they will not approve a revised plan until we've tried this, and they want to hear about how it's going in Kansas. So they've not shared with us that they won't approve it. What they shared was they wanted us to try this, report out, include it in our plan that's updated, so then they would be able to approve it in the next iteration. So this year is our trial period or our experimental period, and we would include robust information about this community pathway that we're trying, and they will incorporate that information into the next, for our next approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we're going to move into discussion from this morning's mini executive sessions with the different providers, and I will open that up. Someone want to go first?
I'll go first and just get this
Representative
over.
Humphries. Yep, thank you.
It seemed like just hearing all of the cases and everything, there's such a difference between youth, like when we're talking 14-year-olds, which a lot of the cases had to do with older kids, and 0 to 3. And so I'm just wondering about the possibility of really taking our statutes and, you know, whatever we do with them, but making a foster child that's 2 and that's 14 has such different needs. And so just somehow really differentiating the care of those 2 different groups. And maybe the baby court sets at least a start. But of course, timeframes that we might impose on under 2, it's very different for a 13-year-old I mean, we heard cases about 17-year-olds, for Pete's sakes, and about truancy, and like that's going to be different than a truant 6-year-old is different than a truant 17-year-old. So I am very much interested in hearing suggestions, or do other states really separate their child welfare systems by age? Thank you. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. Senator Foscato?
Madam Chair, if Representative doesn't mind, just a question, or would you also be in agreement to add this in? I'd like to know, like those 4 questions are kind of with what you're saying. I want to know who's coming in with the abuse and neglect foster care versus a divorce situation, and then the child ends up in DCF or foster care. It's
different for different ages of kids in that too.
I think the overall experience for me was very eye-opening, and then listening to all the details and the nitty-gritty, and then listening to the data that was presented afterwards gave me a completely different perspective on these things. So it was beneficial, and I'm telling you, my stomach was churning a little bit with the cases that were talked about, the trauma that these kids experienced, and I think we as a committee needed to see that, to kind of ground us and remember what we're doing. This is not about data, this is about families. This is about making an effective system and overcoming some obstacles. I think there was a common theme in today's cases, and maybe that was off of my instructions. I appreciate that. I tried to ask for the hardest cases. I think some of them gave us hard cases, and someone gave us ones that probably are representative of things that they are dealing with over and over again. It kind of seemed like that was possibly the tone in that. And then, so I have some more observations, but I'm sorry. Anybody else? Representative Bohai?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that I was interested in kind of understanding more, and it didn't really come out with the cases that were presented today, was what happens when we have families that clearly are not going to be reintegrated, right? The biological parents are not maintaining their when they improve, the improvement is not sticking, quote unquote. To be clear, we did not have those sorts of cases that we were talking about today. But when reintegration is not an option, is it currently a state statute that we are trying to force reintegration, or are we also looking at different ways to continue to help these children when they've been in the system for over 3 years? And I think those are some of the hard cases that I thought we were going to be hearing today. And it turns out we were hearing cases that the children were getting into the system, last week. And so I appreciate that some of the children that are hard for different organizations are because, it is a truancy claim, and truancy is hard to combat in the middle of summer. It is a behavioral claim, and there's not wraparound services that are fully integrated in different parts of the state. But that's not what my mind was prepared for today, if that makes sense. So if we can look at eventually what is it in statute with regards to reintegration versus permanency, and what is in the best interest of the child.
Representative Carr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe I only heard one instance of this in this particular setting. And I know we've discussed it during committees, during regular session, but I think we need to revisit it because it's still unclear in my mind. Obviously, it's unclear in everyone else's mind here. And I've had some instances where constituents have called me in the heat of this, and that is, when do our police officers get involved in the removal or the exchange of child custody? At any given time, I probably two weekends ago, I was on the phone with a young lady that, similar to the case that was here, the young man did not want to leave the custody of the father to go with. There was a court order, but the police on site said they needed a current court order. Well, this was the last court order, provided that it was 6 or 8 months ago. They left the situation. They said it was civil, and left the situation as it was, and they just left. We heard testimony earlier that in a similar situation, the law enforcement removed the child. So, this is an inconsistency, and I know we've touched on it in committee during regular session, but I think that's some clarification that we need to be certain that we're not removing, or that we're doing other things that are probably more in line with what's best for the child, as opposed to just immediately putting them into a foster care situation or a 72-hour layover before they're in a foster care situation.
Thank you,
Just a
Representative.
comment, thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a former teacher and a mandatory reporter, I know that most of the mandatory reporters do not want to be placed in a situation where they have to decide, child just told me this. Do I call this place? Do I call that place? They like to be able to have one place that they call in the state and then let that agency decide, okay, this seems more like it would go with here, here, and here. We've heard from law enforcement something similar. Like, okay, our whole thing is focused on the endangerment of the child. Is the child in danger or, subject to abuse, but is there a current danger? They have to make that decision. Do I leave them? So what we tried to do through legislation, if you recall, is to give them the option to be able to say, is there someone else? You remember those questions that we said, ask this. Is there someone else that we could call, maybe where Jonathan could go stay with that family? And that seems to be helping. We're hearing reports from police officers or law enforcement that they enjoy that option to be able to say, good, because otherwise it's like, I'm trying to decide, do I take him or not? And, that makes it easier. And I think that's the challenge that we have with some of the things that were brought up by Crystal as to community support. like options for people, but that is one of the things that I think, Madam Chair, that we might run into.
Senator Falscadeau?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Originally, I spoke to Representative Humphrey's point. I would like, when we talked about truancy earlier and children being removed for that reason, you know, and I have to say it, you know, when we elect new and different people, the whole discussion starts all over again. And and I feel for you guys in the audience because you hear it over and over, and you know, because we've got new people and new issues. But I served on a truancy committee or task force some years ago, and 12 people were on that committee: law enforcement, social workers, individuals, a psychologist, parents from across the state. And I know we made recommendations, and I want to know if we're following all of those. Can we pull from some of those recommendations to help with this issue here? And Madam Chair, I do want to put on record that I want to support Crystal's bill, and I think I don't see her, the other lady, she looks like Crystal. Is she there? I want to support what she said too, and I want the Secretary of DCF. I don't know. I think everybody is. I don't know if it's possible. Everybody that's come year after year with their issue, can you give us a little rap sheet just to wrap it up? A summary. Thank you, Representative Howell. Of you know where we are on those issues. Is that possible, Madam Chair?
Summarizing specifically the recommendations? Yes, okay.
No. Summarizing their cases over the years. Did anybody ever look into it? All those people, it's the same people that testify every year.
We can check into it.
And I just want to know, I mean, we're just going around and around in circles hearing their issues every year. I mean, yes.
You want to see progress?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Where are we making progress? Okay, yes. Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just real quick, I was going to make a comment to Jay Buzzhart. He's still sitting here. Please come back when we're in session and get in front of the Social Services Budget Committee. That's where your testimony will get to the Appropriations Committee and part of the process. So I appreciate you bringing it to our attention, but there's a social services budget. And then I just wanted to say to Crystal Hedrick that I enjoyed your presentation today. I think I just texted somebody that Crystal was firing on all cylinders. You know, the more I hear about Chapin Hall reports, the more I want to dig into them. And I appreciate you putting things into a financial aspect as legislators and appropriators, you know, because sometimes if people aren't understanding the trauma, you know, that comes with child welfare, maybe they'll understand the dollars and cents, you know. And when you think about the benefits to the families and to the coffers, you know, we can do this, you know, we can do better. And so many times, I'm sure Senator Falscadeau could agree that you're on these committees long enough, and we do make progress. And it's just like a duh moment. Like, why have we not always been doing this way? You know, and as you described your two-door, you know, approach, I jotted down, you know, SYNC and FINA, because we already kind of have some, you know, foundational work in there. And then listening to, you know, community supports. And if those are there, you know, and the community services are there, why wouldn't we be utilizing them? You know, and I jotted down active efforts because I think, often refer to reasonable efforts when we're talking about preservation. But,
you don't hear active efforts very often. But, you know, like the warm line, that, you know, that was, feels like years to get set up, you know, and I hope that people are utilizing it and it's there, but I thought I'd throw my 2 cents out and, you know, again, let us know how we can help. You know, pilot programs are certainly a good way to get started. And Wichita, Sedgwick County does seem to be a fine spot to, you know, start any program. So I would welcome any feedback, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you. Why is truancy still an issue? You know, like executive session. But you know, but on that, you know, I sit on the K-12 budget committee also, and we dabble in some education policy. And I know Chairwoman Erickson, you know, we're often across the table on conference committees, and I think our KSDE and our DCF could probably do a little bit better job communicating. And when you hear of specifics like that, you know, in the Child Welfare Committee that impact the Department of Education, I'll go and I'll talk to the Department of Education. They'll say, well, give me specifics, you know, because that's not supposed to be happening. And I think somewhere there's just a little communication breakdown that could be strengthened and benefit kids.
Falscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And concerning my new friend, with the French name, if DCF could just once and for all kind of give us, you know, years ago when, Madam Chair, when I introduced the Grandparents as Caregivers Act, so at that time, grandmothers got $200 per child, but if you had a license, you got a little bit more per child, plus food stamps and a medical card and all these things. And I've always said it's still the children, and regardless who's caring for them, they need, you know, all the resources they can get. So is it a fact that you get different monies depending on if you've got a license or not? I'd like to know that. And then to my new friend, you're my new friend. Je m'appelle Sophie Goudot. So if in fact her statement is right of she was told that if she had a license, she'd get more and be at the top of the list for adoption. I'd like to know, have facts on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will follow up on that. Representative Esau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at my notes from earlier, and as topic came up about teenagers who don't want to consent to treatment, but they clearly need treatment. And because they're not consenting, they're considered able to say no. But they're not 18, they're not adults. There's many things we don't let kids do when they're not adults. And because they're not consenting, none of the care providers are wanting to provide the care because they're treating them like they're adults to make that choice. I don't know what we can do without also undermining, there are 14 and 15-year-olds who maybe are being forced to have treatment they don't need, or, you know, I want to find a good balance there, but I think we need to look into that perhaps so that they're at least getting the care that they need, because if facilities are turning them away simply because they don't consent and all the adults around them are saying, this is what this child needs, they're not going to be functioning adults when they reach 18 if they don't get care now. We've got to look into it and figure something out. And I don't know if that would be like rules and regs policy or if we actually need statute.
Maybe research can help probably look into that, or Revisor Jesse maybe. Just trying to figure out what statutes, what it says right now, and then possibly some changes that we need to make there. That's good. Representative Carr.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Could we get research to provide some information with respect to the mediation licensing and and what it takes with respect to the educational background or requirements for mediators. If we've only got two, I think that's something that we need to be aware of, and possibly not just us, but others are aware that that's out there.
I think I did ask for that. Yeah, so yeah, they're gonna work on that for sure.
Thank you.
Because that was an interesting takeaway. Representative Howell, I think you're last. Are you ready? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll try to articulate my thoughts here. One is, I think I second Representative Esau's thoughts about perhaps we need to consider clarifying language or rules and regs about the substance abuse treatment for minors. And I also think we need to do some further research or perhaps follow-up meetings on consistent treatment and follow-up for minors that are both sex trafficking victims and are sex abusers, and how is that being followed up on in both cases, and that they're not slipping through the cracks in either direction, especially because sometimes people can be both a victim and an abuser at the same time. So, and that gets very challenging very quickly. So, and how we provide both a carrot and a stick type of help to do our level best to help in these very difficult situations. And obviously that's a very deep issue to go into, but it's one that we cannot avoid. And so that's probably a deeper dive at some point, but I think that's something that we need to at least place on the list, something that we need to circle back to.
Okay, any final comments? We are right at time almost. Any final comments? Okay, Representative Carr.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank this committee for the warm welcome, the flowers by Senator Gossage, and the balloons that you sent as well. Madam Chair, this has been quite a wonderful experience, and thank you for the warm welcome.
You are warmly welcomed. I think I'll just close with observations. I think this morning was necessary for this committee to experience that in-depth look into cases and what our providers are challenged with, the cases out there that our families in Kansas are experiencing. We needed that perspective, and we needed to be able to ask the questions in a way that we could protect families from any scrutiny. Right. I don't want any family to think, hey, that's my case on the child welfare. I did not want that. And being able to have the freedom to ask questions without possibly harming somebody was very good. And I'm glad that we did it. I don't know that we'll do that again for a long time, but it was very, very valuable. So thank you for that. I hope everybody understands that. The takeaways, I think for me, what we saw was a lot of cases where there really wasn't any abuse or neglect. That is very concerning to me. And we have got to figure that out. How do we focus on just abuse and neglect cases and help and support, which I think Crystal, and we've talked about that for well over a year, that there has to be help for those 50% that are being screened out. They shouldn't just go along. They should be connected in some way to community, not DCF, but community. And I full-heartedly believe that. I was a little shocked by a couple of things. That felony charges of parents when the kids are in custody and there is a felony charge, there's not an automatic review of a case. I think if there's that level of maybe charges or conviction or whatever it is, maybe conviction at that point, there ought to be like an automatic review of visitation and just the whole case to make sure that there are safety issues in place. That was very concerning to me that that was not happening in the one case that we heard. Another thing is a question for the revisor. Is reasonable efforts that kept coming up in the individual cases, are they statutorily defined? Or is that, and that you can get back with us, just what are reasonable efforts? And maybe we can talk about that at the next session as well, Natalie, if you want to put that on the possible list. I don't know what that is. Like, it makes sense to me, but what's reasonable to me may not be reasonable to somebody else. So do we have a good, clear statutory definition of reasonable efforts? And another thing was mentioned, we talked a lot about, not a lot, there were several cases that had both juvenile justice involvement and foster care where offenders per se were in with possibly victims, and how that was very challenging to the foster homes and everything, and that the medical card was cut off when they entered a juvenile detention facility. And so it had to be reactivated at a different, I don't know what that means, but these are our kids, these are our state kids. I'm not sure what the meaning behind that is or the reasoning, but I think we should look into that as well. Just overall, it was very hard to hear all of that, but I think it was very necessary. I think Representative Bohai, you had a final comment.
Sorry, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. I was just wondering, there were common themes throughout the different organizations that were presenting. So I don't know if that was because of the instruction that you gave or if they had conversations to say like we wanted to really make sure that this was driven home, which either way is totally fine. However, I would like to know percentage-wise how many of those cases are actually, how many of the cases are actually truancy cases? How many of the cases are actually behavioral cases and those sorts of things? Because if we don't, it's hard to have a measuring stick if we don't know that that's only 1% of the cases. Like, yes, it's very, very hard, but it's only one, like, if there would be a way to kind of get that breakdown back from them that this represents 15% of our cases or that sort of thing, because we weren't able to speak in generalities during the closed session. We were speaking specifically, and those were just some of the things that I wasn't able to ask.
And DCF, I think, covered that a little bit in their numbers on the report. They do track truancy and why they come into the system for truancy. Now, there may be a secondary reason, which is what we heard in one of the cases, but, you know, it's a small percentage, and it may be county specific. It may be a certain county, but I think we can look that up. Can we not, Tanya or Rebecca, on the websites on DCF? So the reporting on DCF will tell us that specifically. So we have that access. Senator Gossage.
I just wanted to comment that because we wanted to really be specific about that, many of them in their overview did state, okay, we picked this because it's representative of this percentage, in all fairness to them. But it would be good to know that, yeah.
So maybe that's something that you guys could report on next quarter, like some of those summary things that we weren't able to talk about in executive session, like some of your takeaways. That would be good to really dig into maybe next time and just kind of keep this conversation going. So I think that would be good. Okay, anything else for the good of the committee? Okay, with that, I thank you very much. It's a long day, it's a good day. We'll see you next time. Thanks. We're adjourned.